Reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold the commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community. The Prudential Insurance Company of America, New York, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial Aid.
At Miller Lite, we believe if you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad to cheer down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in it. Your girlfriend's not wearing a push-down bra. It's called gravity, I said, nitwit. Can I be down front with you? All this down talk is bringing you down. So don't man down. Man up and choose a light beer with more taste. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A poem entitled Coors Light Summer. It's a Coors Light Summer, hot fades all around. Backyard barbecues are where you'll be found. It gets pretty hot out, but we'll be alright because coolers are filled with ice cold Coors Light. You step outside, there's skirts galore. Beer garden for the ball game, that's what's in store. It's gonna be a scorcher, but there's hope in sight. Refreshment awaits, cross-brewed Coors Light.
Cross-brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Great beer, drink responsibility.
At Miller Lite, we know there's only one thing baseball fans love as much as great Pilsner taste, and that's rooting for the home team. Because home is way better than away. Away is not where the heart is. Bringing away the bacon? Why? Bacon is delicious. Away is where you hang your hat? You should be hung up by your underpanties. So why root for the away team when you can root for the home team? With a great Pilsner taste of Miller Lite. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Hey Bluefish fans, have you heard about the clubhouse? Conveniently located in Fairfield, has an unparalleled team of baseball and softball instructors offering private instruction, camps, team training, rentals, and best of all, a chance to learn from an all-pro team including Mike Curzio, former MLB pitcher, and the Bluefish's very own Willie Upshaw. Open 7 days a week. Stop in and meet our team. The call is 203-292-8700. Visit us at the web, theclubhousect.com. You get the major league experience.
Baseball legend Henry Harris reflects on his other things like
I think that since I played for the public team this year, what I did, it's the proudest moment of my life to give everything. I often tell them that you can see it. There is no other building in the world like that.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the legacy. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org.
We welcome you to Sovereign Bank Stadium, the site of Bridgeport Bluefish baseball. On the Bluefish broadcast, Perry Miles here. The Bluefish and the York Revolution for the final time this series. It is expected to be a 5 o'clock start from Sovereign Bank Stadium in York. The Bluefish have claimed the first 2 games against York after losing 13 consecutive contests at this ballpark, including the postseason. But Bridgeport has their offense going. 13 runs last night, courtesy of Eddie Rogers. He had 6 RBI in the game. Colin Delhomme fell 1 hit shy of the cycle. He missed the home run by a couple of feet into the right of center field. The Bluefish are feeling confident. They are in the middle of a 5-game winning streak, which spans from the sweep against Long Island until now, which they defeated the York Revolution twice in this series. But they will have perhaps their toughest matchup today on the mound in Mr. Corey Thurman. The right-handed pitcher, the former big leaguer of the Toronto Blue Jays, has performed well against Bridgeport in the past and has been one of the best pitchers in this league over the last few years. Corey Thurman goes to the hill. No wins and 1 loss with an ERA of 6+. According to York front office staff, he pitched okay in his last time out, not quite the way that they would expect him to throw as a result of his star status on this ball club as the main pitcher on this team. Meanwhile, for the Bluefish, it's been perhaps the guy that has not pitched as well as what the Bluefish has expected, considering he took the ball opening day. That's Gilbert De La Vara, making his 3rd start of the year. He does not have a decision so far. No wins and no losses. So far, 7 innings pitched, and he's allowed 5 earned runs during that stretch. It's Gilbert De La Vara, the lefty, against Corey Thurman, the righty. When we come back on the Bluefish broadcast, had a chance to talk with Colin Delhomme. 4 hits yesterday and had a great game. And we'll speak with him. And then I had a chance to talk with Isaac Hess and Eddie Rogers. We'll hear blips of them during the pregame show. You're watching Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network. I am Perry Miles.
Scrumptious 713, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table will wait at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseball. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed Phoebe the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the 3rd base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
It was the only thing that was on my mind. I mean, we had a good lead, so I can kind of take a little different approach up there to the plate instead of trying to go to the deck, try to go up there and try to win the home run. I put a good swing on it, maybe the pitch is good. I I just have to drive it to the big part of the ballpark. So, got a ground rule double. You know, to be honest with you, I'm just as happy with that as I would be with the other. But it's just the coolness and the rarity of the sight that really it was great. I was seeing the ball really good yesterday. No, I haven't. I've had multiple opportunities to do it, and I've always doubled up on something else. So that would have been kind of nice to go ahead and get my first cycle. Oh, outfield, we were together great out there. There's a lot of communication. You know, I'm a new guy. And I've never been in this league before. Most of the guys that I'm playing with have been in the league before. They know some of the other hitters. They were real quick to just tell me, hey, this guy's looking at this. We're going to play these guys over here. We're going to play this guy over here. And it helps a lot. You know, sometimes you're in the outfield with no communication. You're kind of just playing blind. And, you know, the more information we can share, the better each other's outfield. The team unity is amazing, especially being so early in the season. You know, there's so many different personalities. This team's really close. That's what makes it look Well, I mean, everybody's here to do good themselves, so you can do that for everyone. I know that's fine. And, you know, we have 4 great outfielders out there right now. Whenever you're not playing, it's not because the other guy's better. It's because you get the payoff rather than being there. I guarantee one of us will be out. We'll probably get one have the day off. And that's just how it is. We're not looking at it for the competition. You know, this is talking about 50. There's a little bit of a difference. I mean, these guys, they have an idea what they're trying to do, and same thing with people, they have an idea, it's going to execute better. And there's really no difference. Just any given day, somebody can execute perfect. Sometimes they don't. And that's the same here. The guys have decent fastballs and all the good stuff, but you just have to be selective. The one thing I've noticed is they don't make pitch. They don't pitch backwards a lot and stuff like that, but they might start. These pitchers haven't seen me just like I haven't seen them, so maybe they'll start changing up how they throw. I don't know. I've always loved the game, but it was I grew up watching my dad play, and he played college a little bit. And I started coaching. I grew up in the dugout with him. He coached high school baseball in Vienna, where I grew up, and I grew up in the dugout, in the bathroom, you know, and practicing with the guys and everything. So I've always been around it, and I've always loved the game. The big leagues, and you know, this is the road I'm on to get there. And I'm excited about it. This is a great field. I mean, this is a great atmosphere, and it's a fun park to play at. It's very nice for me. I hope so. Thank you.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year we uphold the commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling disabilities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company and fair family. You're a big part of the community too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community. The Prudential Insurance Company of America, New York, New Jersey, and affiliates. Prudential Annuities, business, Prudential Financial.
At Miller Lite, we believe if you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad to cheer down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in it. Your girlfriend's not wearing a push-down bra. It's called gravity, Isaac Nitwit. Can I be down front with you? All this down talk is bringing me down. So don't man down. Man up and choose a light beer with more taste. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A poem entitled Coors Light Summer. It's a Coors Light Summer, hot babes all around. Backyard barbecues are where you'll be found. It gets pretty hot out, but you'll be alright, because Coors are filled with ice cold Coors Light. You step outside, and skirts galore. Your garden for the ball game, that's what's in store. It's gonna be a scorcher, but there's hope in sight. Refreshment awaits from Brewed Coors Light.
Frost Brewed Coors Light beer is refreshing here. What's Brewing Company goes Colorado?
At Miller Lite, we know there's only one thing baseball fans love as much as great Pilsner taste, and that's rooting for the home team. Because home is way better than away. Away is not where the heart is. Bringing away the bacon. Why? Bacon is delicious. Away is where you hang your hat. You should be hung up by your underpanties. So why root for the away team when you can root for the home team? With a great Pilsner taste of Miller Lite. Triple hop brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
We welcome you back to the Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles here. We are right before Game 3 of this 3-game series between the Bluefish and the Revolution. Let's get to the starting lineups first. Joey Gathright leads off and plays center field. Bernard Jones is in left field, batting second. Colin DeLome, the right fielder, bats third. So no Prentice Redmond today. Luis Lopez gets the nod at the designated hitter's role and bats fourth. Ramon Vasquez is the third baseman, batting fifth. Brock Peterson is the first baseman, batting sixth. He picked up a couple of hits yesterday after only getting one in his previous 20-plus at-bats. Pedro Lopez, the second baseman, bats seventh, while Eddie Rogers is the shortstop, batting eighth. And Angel Flores bats ninth and does the catching for Gilbert De La Vara today. Gilbert this season does not have a decision on his resume and it has an ERA of 7.71. The left-hander features a fastball, curveball, and a changeup as he'll try to use all three pitches for strikes and throw them effectively today. He's been unable to do that to this point as he has not given up too many walks. It's really been the hits that have killed the left-hander in the past. He's been throwing plenty of strikes. He's been unable to last more than 4 innings in any of his starts, even though he was the opening man for the Bluefish squad. Meanwhile, it's veteran Corey Thurman. He's been in this league for quite some time, 38 wins in his illustrious York career, continues to move up the chain of York Revolution pitchers. He is perhaps the best pitcher in the history of Revolution baseball, dating back to its inception way back 5 years ago, matter of fact, 2007. The first home game was played by a Pennsylvania team. Then in 2008, first season for York Revolution baseball, as Bridgeport is hoping that they can take down the Revolution. This would be the first time in the team's history that the Bluefish would have swept the series at Sovereign Bank Stadium. They've had limited success, if any, at this venue, losing about 75% of their games here at this venue, including their sweep in the postseason, the sweep that they suffered against the Revolution a few years ago. Meanwhile, for the home team, the York Revolution, it is Stephen Douglas in center field. He leads off. Lou Rodriguez gets the start at second base instead of Andres Perez. He bats second. Michael Hernandez is out in right field, batting third. He's had a home run each of the first 2 games of the series. Chris Nowak's had 3 home runs in the first 2 games of this series. He's done a fantastic job have Nowak and Michael Hernandez. The 2 of them have just torched the baseball. Andres Perez, the designated hitter, batting 5th. James Shanks is in left field, batting 6th. Ramon Castro, who played very well last year, seems to be in a bit of a struggle. He's batting 7th and playing third base. Salvador Paniagua bats 8th and does the catching. Joe Spears gets the start at the shortstop position rather than Danny Gonzalez, who just has not gotten going in this series. He was 0 for 4 yesterday. He's a combined 1 for 6, and he's also grounded into a double play, trying to get a better defensive combination up the middle because York's defense has been shoddy at best. And to boot, their pitching has not performed well. They gave up 13 runs in yesterday's contest, 21 in the first 2 games. You give up 10.5 runs no matter what venue you're at. The team is probably going to lose those games, and York has done that while Bridgeport's allowing 5.5 runs, which in this ballpark is a reasonable expectation considering the dimensions of this park are much smaller than most in this league. The Bluefish and the Revolution are coming up, but first had an opportunity to talk with Isaac Hess and also with Eddie Rogers about their particular games. You can take a listen in here as I had an opportunity to talk with Isaac Hess. The one time that he did actually shake off Louis Rodriguez yesterday, he wound up giving up a 3-run shot to the left fielder at the time, the designated hitter, and that was James Shanks. So we'll try to get you that as soon as possible, but James Shanks, he was not too happy about the situation, and this is Hess on shaking off Rodriguez.
They're trying to make something happen, trying to get them to hit the ball with 3 pitches ideally throughout a game. You know, the pitch count down, you want to try to go deep in the game as much as possible. Our defense has been outstanding so far. Like I said before, I love Phil's ability. He gives me confidence. You know, he knows what he's doing back there. I mean, I shook him off one time last night, and that was the home run I gave up to Nowak. Appreciate it, man.
This is Rogers on his 4-hit night yesterday. Here in Colin Delome came up huge.
I think it was the confidence the concentration between each of us. What I can say wasn't right in the middle. I just got more concentrated last few days, and thank God it was well.
Especially that second inning.
To be honest, no, that was my first time. I have 5 before, but I was season. I feel so ready.
We welcome you back to the Bluefish broadcast. That was Eddie Rogers on his 4-hit day. Colin Delome commented on it as well on his 4-hit game. 2 very different styles. Colin Delome hit a couple of doubles and 1 triple. Eddie Rogers, a couple of doubles, but Rogers came up with 6 RBI yesterday, which was a career best for the shortstop, as the Bluefish wound up winning the game by a score of 13-7. The one negative for the Bluefish is that even though Raymar Diaz made his debut in 2012 out of the bullpen by pitching an inning, he allowed 3 runs, including a couple of home runs in that final frame. You wonder whether or not he's going to be ready for his next appearance, whether or not he's going to be able to get his arm into the shape that it needs to for a slider, changeup, breaking pitch type thrower. So, usually when you have sinker type pitchers, the arm needs to wear down a little bit to get tired or fatigued slightly, so that way the pitcher can sink the ball down in the zone and induce all those ground balls, which Diaz was famous for inducing last year, which is why he won 10 games, second on the team to the Bluefish's Paul Oseguera. We are at Sovereign Bank Stadium. When we come back, first pitch from York. You're watching Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, you can send me an email to perrym86@gmail.com.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, skeleton key, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork fork, the lucky fishing lure you snagged Alan. Sorry, Alan. Drumsticks, chopsticks from the place you met that Dallas-based flight attendant, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. A spark plug, domino, a house key. How do these things make Miller Lite from a can even better? Find out May 2012. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table away to the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant dining spot, and the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting. Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Gear and Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseball. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, and is open on game day. Come and browse all your...
We will now direct our attention to behind home plate, where the national anthem will be performed. So stay tuned for that right now. Welcome you back to Sovereign Bank Stadium in York, Pennsylvania. The Bluefish and the Revolution, the Revs have opted to go with their navy blue uniforms with the gold numbers on the back and the gold sleeves. As Corey Thurman and the rest of the Revolution do their dance before heading to the mound, they always have that tradition right before each home start. Corey Thurman, one of the better pitchers in the league last season, did an outstanding job with his ball club and might as well be considered one of the top off-speed pitchers as well. Corey Thurman will reach anywhere between 86 and 88 miles per hour, but his ability to mix up the pitches is what really makes him stand out among everybody else. You look at guys like Adam Thomas, who just joined the league. Corey Thurman out of Augusta, Georgia, is a York resident now and has been in York for quite some time, since 2008. The last time he was an affiliated ball was with AA Huntsville back in 2007. A 5-8 record. And at times he was used in the bullpen. All but one of his regular season appearances has been as a starter. And then, of course, he's also been in the postseason with the Revolution, 38 wins, 23 losses, an ERA of 4.28, and 13-3 record last year, which was outstanding. A 3.33 ERA, 140 2/3 innings for the right-hander. He usually gets off to a slow start, but then as the weather warms, his arm, the adrenaline from his arm continues to flow out as he makes his final warm-up pitch. We are almost underway at the ballpark as Joey Gathright makes his way to the batter's box. The top of the first inning is here. Joey Gathright, Kennard Jones, Colin DeLome, 1, 2, and 3 in the order for the Bluefish. Luis Lopez would follow if any of them were to reach base without the benefit of a double play ball. Ramon Castro occupies third base. Joe Spears is over at short. Lou Rodriguez at second. Chris Nowak over at first. This may be the best defensive combination that the Revolution have. Travis Scott is the backup catcher, but he is not starting today. The first pitch dives low. 1 ball and no strikes, already throwing what appears to be either a changeup or a splitter as it dove to the dirt. 1 ball and no strikes. Meanwhile, the left fielder is James Shanks. Stephen Douglas occupies center. Michael Hernandez is in right field. A 5:05 first pitch. The next one is done, snubbed and out in short, but there is no throw. Joe Spears' momentum was carrying him towards left field. It is an infield single for Joey Gathright. He squeezed it past Ramon Castro. He could not get there. The only one that could was Spears. Gathright too fast for Spears to throw out, so Spears just ate it. And sets up a runner at first base for Kennard Jones. Bluefish did not score any runs in the first inning of yesterday's contest, but managed to score 4 in the second and continue to pile on. They scored 9 more within the next 4 innings, including a 5-run outburst in the 6th, which propelled them to victory. Thurman's throw to first is not in time. And for those of you who do not remember, the Revolution actually scored the final 4 runs of last night's ball game, but they've been scoring the runs all on homers. Every run in this series for the Revs have been scored on homers. That is not a recipe for success, even if they do average 5.5. Pitch swung on and popped up foul to the left. That pitch clocked at 74 miles per hour on a change. No balls and 1 strike. Thurman does not have a fast delivery to home plate, especially with the speed on his fastball. But Joey Gathright is a great base runner. He's only been caught once stealing bases as he takes a decent-sized lead. Thurman at the set. Delivers quickly, and the pitch is swung on and lifted high in the air to right field. Gathright must retreat as Michael Hernandez settles underneath it and makes the play. It's an F9 to Jones, who just got underneath the wall. It sets up Colin DeLome. A steady stream of off-speed pitches from Corey Thurman. He has witnessed what has unfolded at this venue over the last couple of days, and he understands how much this team needs him to succeed, especially in this game, knowing that they have the Long Island Ducks coming up, and the Ducks, they have been doing quite well since they were swept by the Bluefish up in the Park City. 1 man out, and it brings up DeLome. 4 hits yesterday as Thurman stares in, set up his outside from Paniagua, and the right-hander steps off with the back leg. So no pitch on that one. 27-man roster for a while, and then it will reduce to a 25-man unit. And the Bluefish had Raymar Diaz activated yesterday, and the one person that was off the team as the pitch is inside, they count 1 ball and no strikes. Dan Stange is gone to affiliated baseball. The California native did a solid job in his few appearances with Bridgeport, and you would expect that if the Bluefish pitchers continue to excel, that some of them would find their way out of Bridgeport into the affiliated ranks. The 1-0 throw to first is not in time. And it's the same way for many of the other Atlantic League teams. Early on, you might see an injury or two, and you might see a team depleted because of it. That's what happened with the Lancaster Barnstormers a year ago. Got off to a 23-8 start. The runner goes. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. For a second is not in time. Joey Gathright steals the bag and sets up a runner in scoring position for Delhomme as he must wait for the 1-1 approach from Corey Thurman as he gets the ball back. Delhomme has been a great addition for the Bluefish. His batting average tells off, and he had 3 extra base hits yesterday, which propelled the Bluefish to the number 1 batting average in the league and perhaps the number 1 offense right now in the ALPB. The curveball stays high. The count 2 balls and 1 strike. Delhomme at 7 for 14 so far. He scored 5 runs and driven in 7 in 4 games. Just seeing the ball very well and a very loose approach to plate, even though he waggles it slightly. A confident left-handed hitter as the pitch is grounded over to first. Nowak gathers and runs to the bag, 2 away. Joey Gathright moves over to third as Delhomme grounds out 3 unassisted and brings up Luis Lopez, who also has done well this season, even though he's 5 hitters with at least 10 at-bats have hit better than he has. Vasquez, Jones, Rogers, and Delhomme. Weather 4. And before Brett Dowdy was hurt, Dowdy was a player that could have produced base hits and hit the gaps with extra base hits. The 2-out toss on its way from Thurman as Luis Lopez sets up the pitch, hangs high on a curve. That one at 65 miles an hour. Corey Thurman at one time was able to clock between 90 and 93 on the gun, even 95 with the Toronto Blue Jays, but he has lost much of his power on the heat, still throwing well for the Reds. The 1-0 to Lopez. Slides to the dirt. 2 balls, no strikes. Expect plenty of pitches from the right-hander. Do not expect him to go more than 5, maybe 6 innings in this game because his pitch count will elevate quickly. He works the counts very methodically and takes a good deal of time to release the ball. The 2-0 on its way as the pitch is swung and served foul to the right. Paniagua was setting up outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. The one part that the Bluefish really do like about Thurman is that he tends to throw the ball low, and the hitters on this team are patient, which means they'll let the ball sink to the dirt, and they'll draw walks, boost up his pitch count for the guy that's expected to be the number 1 pitcher on this team. The 2-1. Check swing. Did he go? No, says the first base umpire for today, David Mills. 3 balls and 1 strike. Marty Bauer is behind home plate, and Jeff Dugmore is occupying the third base line. There is a runner at third base with 2 men out. No score top of the first inning, with 1 hit on the board, that coming from Joey Gathright on a single. He eventually advanced to second on a stolen base. And moved over to third. The pitch is squibbed out to the right side of the infield, handled by Nowak to the side. Counts as a P3. The Bluefish do not score in the first inning at the end of a half. No score from York. You're watching Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Skeleton team, golf team from the golf trip that you never went golfing on. Go for it. Tuning for it. Fork for it. The lucky fishing lure you snagged Alan with. Sorry, Alan. Drumsticks. Chopsticks from the place you met that Dallas based flight attendant. A motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. The spark plug. The domino. The house key. How do these things make Miller Lite from a can even better? Find out May 2012. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent flavor, Miller. Scrumptious 714, Saturday twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table away to the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant dining spot, and the beautiful renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting. Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free secure parking.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseball. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, Baby the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game day. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com.
Bluefish Baseball is back on the Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles here as Gilbert De La Vara makes his way to the mound. This season has not picked up a victory, no decisions, 7.71 ERA for the left-hander, as he has been unable to get to the 5-inning mark this season. He was the opening day starter for the Bluefish, and he played for Yuma in the North American Baseball League last year. 6 wins and 8 losses during that stretch. There is a little bit of an update in the standings. We will get right to that after the first pitch is on its way, a called strike. No balls and 1 strike to Stephen Douglas this season at .218 on the year. The 0-1 is on its way. Pitch, fastball, guided to the inside corner. No balls and 2 strikes. Bridgeport is now a game and a half ahead of Southern Maryland after the Blue Crabs won this afternoon against the Somerset Patriots in 10, 3-2. They're also a game and a half ahead of Long Island after the Ducks won in 11. The next pitch served outside. The count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Long Island Ducks sweep, which means they're up to 6-4. Southern Maryland is at 6-4. Camden at 4-6. If Bridgeport wins, they will maintain a 2-game lead against Southern Maryland heading into the series this week as the fastball is directed outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Stephen Douglas batted in the 2-hole each of the last couple of nights. He is 1 for 8 with a walk in the series. The 2-2 swung on and squibbed up the left side, and according to the home plate umpire, it hit Douglas in the leg. So there is no out recorded, even though the ball was swung on and it may have even hit either the bat or Stephen Douglas as he winces in pain. He was feeling for his right knee, just above his right knee. And that's got to be painful, especially when a guy like Gilbert De La Vara is bearing down with his heater or even his breaking pitches. Boy, the momentum carrying that is quite heavy. The 2-2 is slapped in the left field. There's a base hit fielded by Kennard Jones. As he throws the ball in, Stephen Douglas goes to the opposite field to come up with the first revolution hit of the day to set up Luis Rodriguez. Rodriguez, a couple of years ago, was solid for the Revolution, but last year he did not play as much as he was expecting to. That 298 in the 2010 run to the championship, 296 in the championship year, but then last season was relegated to more of a bench role, 238 at-bats last year, just hitting 231. First pitch from De La Vara, fastball runs inside, 1 ball and no strikes. The other game today is Sugarland at Lancaster. That's a 6 o'clock start from Clipper Magazine Stadium, about a half an hour away from here. After tonight, Bridgeport heads down to Waldorf, take on the Blue Crabs. The 1-0 is a fastball guided to the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Bluefish in their teal uniforms with gray pants on the bottom. Meanwhile, Revolution, they have their navy blue uniforms, the gold number on the back, the gold sleeves close to the arm area. 1-1 is grounded sharply through the left side. It is another base hit, so 2 runners reach. It is Douglas and Lou Rodriguez to set up Michael Hernandez. First time that the Bluefish have had some trouble to open up. First opposite field hitting by Douglas to left field. And then Lou Rodriguez pulled in the hole between short and third. Now, even though Ramon Vasquez and Eddie Rogers have great range, sometimes there are baseballs that neither one of those players can get to. It's almost impossible to get to every one. And now they have a very difficult task with Michael Hernandez, the former member of the Patriots. A double and a home run yesterday, a 2-run shot in the opener of the contest of the series. He already has 3 home runs, and he takes a first pitch strike on the outer third. No balls and 1 strike. Yesterday's was to left center, and a couple of days ago was to right center. Just done a solid job for York so far. One of the highest batting averages on the team. 286 pitch inside as he lifted his arms. The count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Gilbert De La Barra early on does throw strikes, but it's all about locating in this league. And he understands that. He's been in affiliated baseball for quite some time for last season. The 1-1, runner's bluff, curveball, swings around the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. The Bluefish are 7-2. The Revolution are 2-7. With the losses by the loss by the Somerset Patriots, York is now 2.5 games behind. And with a victory, they'd just be 2 back of Somerset. And then Sugarland will play later today as the pitch is swung on and missed for another strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sugarland and Lancaster from Barnstormer Country. The winner of that game will be tied with the Patriots for the top spot in the Freedom Division. Lancaster and the Sugarland Skeeters, 2 solid leaders over there. Butch Hobson and Gary Gaetti, the former big leaguer. The next pitch swung on and served to the netting. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Gaetti, mostly known for the Kansas City Royals and the Minnesota Twins. He was a ball player back then. He's now the manager of Sugarland. And Lancaster, Butch Hobson, who basically is the operating coordinator and the director of player personnel for each of the teams owned regarding Sugarland, Lancaster, York, and Southern Maryland. Great influence on that. The 2-2. Curveball did not check his swing, says the home plate umpire for strike 3. Hernandez baffled. He and many of the York players have been disgusted by the way that some of the calls have worked against them as Chris Nowak makes his way to the plate. In Game 1, David Mills took much heat from the Revolution players. And yesterday, there was not nearly as much complaining for Jeff Dugmore, who did a solid job yesterday. But today, Marty Bauer has already irked Michael Hernandez. Perhaps it plays out in a negative light for the Revolution and a positive one for the Bluefish. With 1 away, it brings up Chris Nowak. The first baseman has a couple of home runs in the first 2 games, and the pitch is lined up on the inside corner for a strike. Nowak perturbed. He continues to have the conversation. He thought that pitch was well inside. And he continues to have the conversation with Marty Bauer. You wonder when one of these umpires is going to ring up the player. The front foot is especially close to the border of the batter's box. The 0-1 drops low. The count at 1 ball and 1 strike. There's not a whole lot of space to work on the inside corner. So if Gilbert De La Barra is able to work that inside edge successfully, he may have an opportunity to take down one of the best power hitters in the league. The 1-1 from De La Barra, swung on and ripped into left field as a base hit. Bernard Jones charges. The runner's being waited for him from second. The throw is up the line and corralled behind home plate by De La Barra. It is an RBI single by Nowak to left field. Stephen Douglas comes to the plate. The Revolution have the first lead of this series. It's 1-0. That ball was smacked into left field between the dive of the shortstop Eddie Rogers, the third baseman Ramon Vasquez converged, but neither one of those players could come away with the baseball, and that single brings Andres Perez to the plate. Temperature is not nearly as warm today as it was the first couple of days, but it is a lot more comfortable. 69 degrees and cloudy. Pitch sky high, right side of the outfield. The second baseman, Pedro Lopez, makes the play on the lip of the outfield grass. 2 outs on the P4 to establish James Shanks at the dish. The Bluefish had one opportunity to score with runners in scoring position in the first inning. York has had one opportunity, make it 2 opportunities because now they're runners at first second. 2 opportunities, they are 1 for 2 in converting as James Shanks, who shanked one down the left field area and hit a home run towards left field last night, steps up. 2-out toss, pitch, fastball outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Gilbert De La Vara, in his Bluefish career, has not done as well as he would have hoped. But De La Vara, he's made it as high as AAA baseball with Omaha. As the batter steps out, James Shanks. In Omaha, 3 games out of the bullpen at 1.29 ERA, and then played with Toledo in 2010. 8 games and 2 starts with the Mudhens. Pitch swung on and missed. 1 ball, 1 strike. That pitch clocked at 79 miles an hour. You wonder how everything unfolded. It went from Carolina to Toledo and then to UNMA in the Golden Baseball League. Try to get back to the affiliated ranks. Curveball swung on line. Base hit left field. Jones charges, bobbles the ball for a moment, and bobbles it a second time before the throw comes into third base. It is an RBI single for James Shanks. As Lou Rodriguez comes to the plate, Chris Nowak advances to third on the play. It is a 2-0 ball game in favor of York. It's been sharp ground ball or line drive to left field, and much of it has to do with the way that the top of the order has performed. Over the last couple of days, Scott Grimes really has not gotten on base often. When he has, it has provided a little bit of a lift for the Revolution. Today, Stephen Douglas gets on, Lou Rodriguez gets on, and leads to punishment for the opposing pitching staffs. This offense can get going at any time. The 2-out toss is a fastball that drives inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Ramon Castro really Castro at 0-43 against the right-handers, and against the left-handers not that much better at 200. The 1-0 field not too deep as Colin DeLone backpedals and makes the catch for the final out of the inning, but 2 runs do come to the plate on 4 base hits at the end of 1 inning of play. 2-0 Bridgeport trails. You're watching Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Scrumptious semi-guaranteed salary 20-wheel pork chops. Getting hungry? You're taking away to the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant dining spot, and beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting. Park City Grill offers a multi-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, outside on the street of the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all the Bluefish souvenir
I want the base hit on an air on that play.
T-shirts, and a selection of full and other trendy hats. Compare the Pin Rally Towels, take photos, and commemorative baseball. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game day. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day, but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com or visit 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Miller Lite wants you to win the greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect Miller Lite taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab Miller Lite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy, and it never happens. It's Miller time. No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 or older. Void in California.
Bluefish baseball is back on the air. Bridgeport allowed 2 runs in the opening frame against the Revolution. And this offensive team can explode at any time. Remember yesterday, 4 home runs within that game, which was a season best for the Revs. In the end, it did not matter because the Bluefish had scored 13 times against Revolution pitching, and it all began with a rally in the second inning. The first pitch to Ramon Vasquez is over the middle of the plate. Vasquez looked back for a moment, perhaps disagreeing with the call. No balls and 1 strike. Vasquez, very good hitter this season so far, as the pitch is pulled to the right side. Gathered by Lou Rodriguez, takes his time and delivers a strike to the first baseman, Chris Nowak, one away. 4-3 on the putout to establish Brock Peterson. The Revs are going to need a solid start out of their right-handed pitcher, Corey Thurman. First start did not perform as well as what the Revs would have hoped for. Corey Thurman has made the most starts in Revolution history. The curveball sails high. The count, 1 ball and no strikes to Brock Peterson. 98th start and 530 innings. 530 and a third as the swing and a miss induced from Thurman. Brock Peterson evens the count at a ball and a strike. Pedro Lopez is the last batter due up in this inning. Thurman 38 wins, leads Wayne Franklin by 18. For the team's best in franchise history, the 1-1 trails to the corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ramon Castro angling himself a little bit towards third. Everyone else playing about straight away. The expectation for Brock Peterson to pull. Here's the 1-2. Curveball inside, just missed the edge. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Not going to see the fastball at some points higher than 83 miles per hour. But if the curveball is at 71, he could be extremely effective. Thurman lifts his leg and deals. Swung on and popped up down the right field line. Nowak tries to chase it down, but it is out of play. Now it remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bluefish have never swept a series in York. And that's not regarding the Pennsylvania days, talking about the days as a member of the York Revolution. The 2-2 from the right-hander. Fastball sent low, 3 balls, 2 strikes. One of the critical elements for the Bluefish, not just to draw pitches from the right-hander, but they've been able to induce walks in many of the games that they have played. And yesterday was a great case of that. 3-2 from Thurman. Check swing. Did he go around? No, says the first base umpire on the check swing, ball 4. So Brock Peterson goes to first, and the Revolution fans are audibly upset. Not visibly upset. You cannot see one specific fan irate about the situation. But it is Pedro Lopez moving forward for the Fish. Pedro Lopez gets on base with the best of them. Former big leaguer with an open stance. It's almost like a ballet lesson with his front foot as the first pitch lines up with the outside corner on 80-mile-an-hour heat. No balls and 1 strike. 80 miles an hour is a high school fastball. I'm sure the Bluefish understand how fast he throws the ball. It's his ability to move the ball and mix speeds as the pitch is up high. 1 ball and 1 strike. And Corey Thurman must hit the edges. If he does not, he will get crushed. Because the hitter, it'll look like a BP fastball. And these hitters love BP fastball. That's why they take BP. Eventually get their confidence up when they face the real deal. Then they could use their mechanics as the pitch is swung on and lifted high in the air to right field. Not too deep. As Michael Hernandez circles underneath the ball to make the catch for the second out of the frame. The other side of the coin is maybe the fact that the first 2 pitchers threw between 88 and 91, which is an average fastball, and that Thurman throws below average of the Bluefish, which enables him to be successful. And the fact that his curveball and changeup are even slower than that would indicate such is true. Eddie Rogers moves in. Angel Flores is in the lineup today. And that's part of the reason why Rogers was moved up to the 8th spot, is the first pitch goes low. 1 ball and no strikes. Eddie Rogers with a great game. His last time that he had at least 5 RBI, only had it 1 time in his career. He remembers the time that he had the 5 RBI, but never a 6 until yesterday. Just swinging the bat well as he waggles his bat. It looks calm with his shoulders as he waggles the bat slightly. The runner goes, pitches outside of the strike to throw a second high. Not in time, with a stolen base to Brock Peterson. That is Brock's first stolen base of the season. Already, Joey Gathright has a stolen base. That was his 4th of the year. He's only been caught once. Now Brock Peterson comes away with his first stolen base. Bridgeport looking to run a little bit. Try to get a runner in scoring position, squeak across a couple of runs. The 1-1. Drives low. The changeup fell to the dirt. Might have even been a split. 2 balls, 1 strike. Rogers on the year at .423. 3 doubles and a homer, and 6 runs scored. That's all you need to know. If a guy in the bottom of the order is doing as well as he is, and 8 RBI, let's not forget about that. 8 RBI, especially highlighted by last night's game with 6. He's doing that well. Bluefish are going to do well. As the pitch is sky in the air, foul behind home plate, in the upper deck. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Foul territory is very large in this ballpark, especially infield foul territory. Once the horseshoe forms out towards the bullpen areas, it does become a little bit less capacious. There's less space. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 men out. We're in the top of the second inning. Thurman looks at second, then stares back at home. Pitch hangs high. What appeared to be a fastball. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Not going to impress on the radar gun. And that is not Corey Thurman's intent. He was a power pitcher with the Toronto Blue Jays. He's not that way anymore. 3-2 from the right-hander. Elbows down before he steps off the rubber. Concerned about Brock Peterson, but with 2 men out, on contact, he's going to run. No matter what. 3 balls, 2 strikes, pitch, swung on and fouled straight back. Of course, he does not have to run if there is a ball 4. There is no force. If there were runners at first and second, he'd be forced to move at this point. That would be the intelligent move. And Willie Upshaw would give the indication, give the signal to his base runner. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Paniagua puts down the sign as he tries to establish on the outside. Pitch. Fastball up for ball 4. Another walk for Corey Thurman. This time to Eddie Rogers as Angel Flores moves forward. Former Lancaster Barnstormer. And signed with the Bluefish as a result of the issues that Michael Morris has encountered from the shoulder surgery that he had during the offseason. A late addition as the 2-out toss is on its way. Set up outside pitch. Curves right to the corner. No balls and 1 strike. It almost has the rotation of a slider, but it goes as hard as Thurman's fastball might. And there is an open space, a wide open space between first and second, as Lou Rodriguez is playing more towards the middle of the diamond before he drifts back. The 0-1. Check swing, foul tip. No balls and 2 strikes. Angel Flores was the backup for the Barnstormers last year. 40 games for Lancaster. Did quite well down in the lower Susquehanna Valley. Emerson Frostad, Alvin Colina, a series of catchers went through there. The 0-2 from Thurman. Pitch. Swung on and lifted high in the air to right field, but playable for Michael Hernandez as he snags it to end the inning. The Bluefish get 2 base runners on, but are unable to score any of them. At the end of an inning and a half, 2-0 York. You're watching Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect the right taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab another bite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy, and it never happened. It's Miller time. No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 or older. Void in California and where prohibited. Sweepstakes begins 5 on 12 and ends 8 on 12. For details on the winner and complete official rules, go to tastepoints.com. And the Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller time. Don't check your rest or follow up with your supervisor, because Miller time is nothing to do with everything to do with booze. Miller Lite is ready for the guys who proud to call you brothers. Brothers talk yada yada. Miller time. During your backswing, you got your brothers and a light beer that tastes like a beer should. It's not just a good drink, it's Miller time. Miller time. To rally the crowd to the men around you. Watch them become your brothers. Call to beer chance with. It's down to intensity. Every night at all running tables. Firing up the grill. Getting the band back together. Just a few choice words spoken to the right person. And you crave a light beer that's never light on taste. Because it's not just a good time, it's Miller time.
On this little ditty, America's pastime. Summer season feels like ice. Baseball and hot dogs and refreshment on ice. Some games are early, some are at night. There's always a beer man with ice cold Coors Light. He's the most reliable player in the game. But takes cover his name, so you can go to him dignity. You'll have Frost Brew refreshment. Your takes him to the ratings.
Frost Brew Coors Light delivers refreshment. Coors Light delivers no longer.
Bluefish Baseball is here. We are in the bottom half of the second inning. Bridgeport is trailing. For the first time in this series, it's 2-0 Corey Thurman with 2 shutout frames to his credit. A couple of walks and a base hit on his resume to this point. The Bluefish, first time around the order, usually have some issues dealing with his off-speed pitches as Salvador Paniagua leads off and takes a first pitch running outside on a heater from De La Vara. 1 ball, no strikes. Paniagua came up with a home run in the last inning of last night's game as he whiffs at another fastball at 88 miles per hour from De La Vara. 1 ball, 1 strike. Joe Spears and then Stephen Douglas, 8, 9, and 1, due up in the order. Next offering, swung on and fouled off. The count is a ball and 2 strikes. Nobody out in the bottom half of the frame. Bridgeport, with a victory, would remain 2 games up on Southern Maryland and Long Island. York, with a victory, would move to within 2 games of Somerset. Pitch. Check swing. Did he go around? No, says the first base umpire, David Mills, on the challenge. 2 balls and 2 strikes. It is a cloudy day. Temperatures in the upper 60s, lower 70s. There is some rain expected later tonight into tomorrow. And then maybe for Tuesdays, the pitch is lifted out to left field, not too deep. Kennard Jones backpedals and makes the catch on the backhand as he drifted to the warning track and left for the first out of the frame. An F7 for Peniagua to bring Joe Spears to the dish. Spears, one of the players off the bench, one of the 6th infielder for this ball club out of San Jose, California. He's reached as high as rookie ball in his career. And the last squad that he was with was Evansville. 5'9", 190 pounds. So I'm sure he can fly, which is why he was placed here. The pitch is lifted out to right center field. Pretty well hit. Delone back and makes the play on the sprint. Spears was already halfway around the first base bag towards second when the catch was made. Had that split the gap, Spears probably would have been provided a 3-base hit. But instead he flies out to right field. There was a player for the Bluefish who was in spring training who played for the University of Bridgeport. His last name Junta. And that guy was a solid infielder for Bridgeport, a good leadoff hitter. But what was most impressive was his speed and his defense as the curveball lands inside, 1 ball and no strikes. And the Bluefish were thinking about bringing him in. They decided against it as the southpaw De La Vara deals and the pitch lands low. Count at 2 balls and no strikes. In the end, they wanted someone with a great amount of experience, and if you look at the infielders right now, boy, you cannot get much better than what they have. The pitch is socked foul down the right field line and deflects off of one of the seats. You can hear the thud from the distance. 2 balls and 1 strike. You look at Pedro Lopez and Eddie Rogers, Ramon Vasquez, Luis Lopez, and of course there's Brett Dowdy, who's on the inactive list recovering from the hamstring injury. The 2-1 is a fastball racing right down the middle. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Douglas 1 for 1. He started the first inning rally with a single to left field. He wound up scoring in that frame, courtesy of an RBI single from Nowak. Next pitch swung on and looped over the lead of Pedro Lopez into right field. Colin Delhomme, the corner outfielder, plays it in to Lopez. It is a single for Douglas. He's now 2 for 2 to set up Lou Rodriguez. And his real name is Lupiamitz Rodriguez, out of Caracas, Venezuela. He was originally signed by the White Sox organization and made it to the big leagues back in 1999 as the pitch is sent into right field for a base hit. Delhomme was thinking about throwing to first to try to get Rodriguez, but back-to-back hits with 2 men out for Michael Hernandez. That pitch was on the outer third. Rodriguez did not try to do too much with it. Served it out to the right side. Lou Rodriguez, a switch hitter against the lefty. He was going to bat from the right side. Michael Hernandez becomes the next hitter in the lineup. This has been the issue for De La Vara. First, second time around, even then the third time around has been a struggle. He throws plenty of strikes. The location, a hair off. 2 outs. Set up his inside pitch is low in the zone for a strike. Change up. What appeared to be 1. No balls and 1 strike. 2 men out. York already with a 2-run advantage and 6 base hits against De La Vara. Next offering, swung on and missed. Another off-speed delivery. Hernandez never anticipated to see 2 straight off-speed pitches provided by De La Vara. Does Hernandez speed the bat up to try to meet the fastball, or perhaps anticipate the breaking pitch? The 0-2 swung on and sent out of play. A little late, Michael Hernandez. Count at no balls and 2 strikes. The set of pitch sequence included one that was down the middle but lower than the strike zone. The next one was low and outside, swung on and missed. Third one was a little bit higher up on a heater. Question is whether they will go inside with a breaking pitch, as the sequence of pitches is really difficult to tell with any of these players, because they're such fine-tuned athletes with their approaches, with their abilities to get outs. Pitch is inside, and the fastball is sent foul to the left. Hernandez not expecting that. 90 miles per hour from De La Vara on the hill. No balls and 2 strikes. Hernandez struck out in the first inning swinging. But the Bluefish, they gave up so many hits to left field. This inning more coming along to right field. Line drive to line drive. Pitch. Fastball just missed. Maybe it was inside, maybe it was a little high. The home plate umpire, Marty Bauer, did not think it was a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Left-hander set at the chest. Stares at second before he fires in, and it's an off-speed pitch, maybe curve low and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. To document how little success the Bluefish have had over the last few years, they had lost 13 consecutive games, and the year where the Bluefish made it to the championship series in this league, as a 2-2 is swung on and missed for strike 3. Michael Hernandez down for the second time on strikes. The Bluefish had lost the season series at this venue 6-4, yet managed to dominate at the ballpark at Harbor Yard to win the overall season series. They lost 13 straight, which included the postseason. At the end of 2 runners that were stranded in the second, it is 2-0 York. You're watching and listening to Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Summer season feels nice. Baseball and hot dogs, freshmen on ice. Some games are early summer night. Coors Light. That's the most reliable player in the game. Texas Conference games are you'll have freshmen and intense mellow favorites. Roster of Coors Light. Fresh beer. Coors Brewing Company goes out loud. 3 beer. I call this one best girlfriend ever. It had been a long day, and it even left no way, so I headed toward the kitchen for freshmen I didn't see. But after swinging open the fridge, I saw the most horrific sight. Not a single cold beverage, not a single Coors Light. I grabbed my keys, it was time to hit the store. I stopped when I heard her knock at the door. It was my girlfriend, Mary Kiss of Coors Light. Best girlfriend ever? You got that right. Cross through Coors Light. Fresh beer. Coors Brewing Company, Colorado. 3 beer contains most milk.
At Miller Lite, we believe if you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad that you're down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in it. Your girlfriend's not wearing a push-down bra. It's called gravity, Isaac Nitwit. Can I be down front with you? All this down talk is bringing me down. So don't man down, man up, and choose a light beer with more taste. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Can be tough.
Bluefish Baseball is here. Any stretch can be tough. Bridgeport experiencing that against Corey Thurman, a right-handed pitcher on the mound for start number 39, or rather 98 in his Revolution career. Looking for win number 39 and would have to come against the Bluefish as the first batter in the top half of the third inning steps up to the plate. Joey Gathright, Kennard Jones, Colin DeLow. 1, 2, and 3 in the order. It seems as if the temperature has cooled off a little bit more of a breeze, perhaps some rain in the forecast, like there was a couple of days ago. Temperatures going to be slowly falling to around 60 to 65 by the time the game is over as the pitch winds and hits the strike zone. No balls and 1 strike. Gathright 1 for 1 with a single in the first inning. He also stole second but did not come around to score. 0-1 from Thurman is an off-speed pitch that Gathright laid off. It was a tantalizing pitch to look at and perhaps pull the trigger. Gathright intelligently looked back and decided not to swing. 1 ball and 1 strike. Thurman delivers the third pitch. It's slapped on the ground to short. Charging forward, Joe Spears, and he throws to first for out number 1. 6-3 on the putout to spring Kennard Jones to the dish. When I had an opportunity to talk with Isaac Hess today, his philosophy was you want to get the batter out in 3 pitches or fewer. The more pitches that a batter sees, the better chance they have of hitting the baseball, and also others seeing the kind of stuff and movement that you have on the pitches as the curveball slides to the knees. 12 balls and 1 strike. That was a doozy at 66 miles per hour to Jones. The 0-1. Curveball swung and granted sharply towards second. Diving stop made by Lou Rodriguez. He throws to first as he got up. What a play by Rodriguez. 2 away. Slid to the seat of his pants. It had the appearance of a knuckleball coming in. Jones hit a sharp ground ball just to the right of the second base bag. But Lou Rodriguez was right there, snagged it, and his uniform is justifiably dirty. With 2 away, Colin DeLow moves forward. The first pitch from Thurman swung on and lifted high in the air as he drifts down the left field line, but heads to the seats. No balls, 1 strike. Great starting pitching can shut down great offenses. The Bluefish have not had much success against Corey Thurman in their careers. 5-3, 3.71 for Thurman in 80 innings coming into today. The 0-1 swung on and missed. Had the appearance of a screwball. Just dipped outside from his right hand. No balls and 2 strikes. DeLome grounded out, 3 unassisted in the first. The 0-2 from the righty. Fastball guided outside. He tried to expand the zone, a ball and 2 strikes. This is perhaps the most economical inning that Thurman has had to this point. The 1-2. Swung on line into right center field. Rodriguez sprawled for it, but come away empty-handed. It is a base hit by DeLome. He just reached out as he waited for the pitch to settle, for he just got enough to flick the wrist out into the right of center field. Stephen Douglas, the captain of the outfield, threw it into Rodriguez. 1 man on with 2 men out. Spring Luis Lopez to the dish. Lopez has an understanding, a very good understanding of what Thurman is capable of throwing. At the same time, he understands that it's very difficult to hit this pitcher as the pitch is in the dirt to throw to second, and not in time as the ball scoots to center field, another stolen base, and they're doing it all on Corey Thurman. They know what his rhythm is. DeLome steals the 3rd Bluefish base of the day, and at some point, if Bridgeport is able to come up with a single, they might be able to score that run. You can tell that this is the best York Revolution defensive tandem that they have. with Spears at short, who seems to have solid range. Lou Rodriguez, who just covers tons of ground at second. Nowak, who showed his deficiencies at the hot corner yesterday. And Ramon Castro over at first base yesterday. Now he's at third. That's his ideal position, as the throw to second is not in time. Spin around move from Thurman. More focused on the base runner, moving to third. With 2 men out, it would not be ideal for Delhomme to take that base. He's just taking a big lead, estimating the distance between himself and the base compared with where Rodriguez is at second base compared with the bat. The 1-0 from Thurman. Curveball drops in for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Let's not forget, Thurman, he's the longest tenured member for the Revolution. He suited up for the squad 5 different seasons. And just 2 more starts after today to come up with his 100th. The 1-1. Curveball slips low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Thurman and Luis Lopez, perhaps 2 of the elder statesmen in the Atlantic League, but also 2 of the premier leaders in the Atlantic League on the field and off of it. Lopez, 2,000 plus hits. Corey Thurman, 38 wins. And he's been solid. 2-1. Thurman stares at second, but nobody there. Pitch is grounded sharply to third. Scooped up by Castro at the hot corner. He delivers it across in time to retire the side. 5-3 as Delhomme was in scoring position, but Bridgeport could not push him across. At the end of 2.5, it's still York 2 and Bridgeport 0. You're watching Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Golf team from the golf trip that you never went golfing on. Growth fork, tuning fork, fork fork, drum sticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle-nose pliers, a spark plug, domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top 10, but you'll always get the same thing. A smooth pour with less club. However you punch it, it's Miller time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. Celebrate the game. Celebrate the match. Connect with us now at Facebook. Research something factual. It's not just
Chris Nowak for the York Revolution makes his way to the batter's box to open up the bottom of the 3rd inning. It is a 2-0 score. Nowak has done a solid job in this series, getting back to the way that he's accustomed to hitting, as the first pitch is chopped into the ground foul. No balls and 1 strike. Nowak single to left field in his first plate appearance. And the tendency is he stands a little bit further away from the plate, and then as soon as he gets behind the count, he moves closer and closer to eliminate the inside corner. Next pitch, fastball, rises away. Down at 1 ball and 1 strike. Nowak can flat out smack the ball. Couple of home runs, 2 out of the 3 home runs this season as the off-speed pitch is delivered outside from De La Vara. 2 balls, 1 strike. The outfield playing almost straight away with the exception of Colin Delhomme. He's angled more towards right center field. He's way off the line. The 2-1 swung on and foul tipped into the glove. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Trivia question is coming up in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Bridgeport in Game 3 of 13 on this season-long road trip so far are 2-0 against the Revs. The 2-2 fastball directed outside, 3-2. They'll start here, move to Southern Maryland for tomorrow's game. They'll leave after the game tonight for Waldorf. 3-2, swung on and sent high in the air to right center field. Playable for Joey Gathright, who waves off Colin Delhomme to make the catch. Gathright talked about communication, how important it was. Colin Delhomme re-emphasized the importance of that. Prentice Redmond, when we had him on the air after a 2-run shot at this ballpark, he continued to stress the importance of the communication. And the captain of the outfield is always the one that's supposed to be the one chasing down the baseball. Kennard Jones has played center field in his career. Prentice Redmond has, Colin Delhomme has. It's a 4-man rotation in the outfield. Each one of them gets along with each other. Different personalities meshing on this one team. Perez whiffs and an off-speed delivery low. 1 strike, your count. Andres popped out to second in his first at-bat. The 0-1 swung on and missed. It was actually foul tipped into Flores and his glove. No balls, 2 strikes. Andres in this series really has not done a whole lot of productive work with his hitting. As the next pitch surfaces away, he's had a few hits in this series. He's had 3 singles and a walk up to this point, and then he popped out in his first at-bat today, but no RBI. Pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. De La Vara continued to feed Perez a steady diet of off-speed pitches, and De La Vara was successful in recording a strikeout to Perez. It sets up James Shanks. For those of you out there who are unfamiliar with the way that York's ballpark is set up, it is a very shallow ballpark, and a lot of times some of the dimensions are skewed as the heater goes to the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. 300 to left, 345 to left center. A 300 left is 50 feet 6 inches. The left center gap, 8 feet high, as the fastball drifts towards the outside but misses the corner, may have been in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. James Shanks had an RBI single as he pokes the pitch foul. May have landed on his foot. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And it's 400 feet to dead center, but it's a really high wall in center field. About 20 feet high. Goes to right center, 375, about the same footing as the pitch is outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Same height, about 8.5 feet to right center field, and then it rises as it goes towards the right field line. 325 down in that right field corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Fastball, tails inside, just missed the corner. De La Vara a bit frustrated. 3 balls, 2 strikes. De La Vara out of Tucson, Arizona. Played for Yuma, which is relatively close. It's the same state. 3-2, swung in line. Base hit down the right field line. Colin Delhomme chases it down and decides not to throw it to first. He's always looking at first base to see if Brock Peterson is there, but every time the first baseman leaps, he does not quite get to the first base bag. Delhomme's thinking that he's going to throw the ball into the bag. Remember what happened a few days ago? He pulled what Bryce Harper did a few days ago for the Washington Nationals. Threw a dart from close to the warning track home without a hop. It was in the air and gunned down the base runner. Chris Nowak trying to get to the plate. On that Andres Perez broken bat fly ball. Ramon Castro digs in. Shanks reached for the second time. Curveball. Goes to the inside corner. 0-1. Ramon Castro was starting off the season in the Mexican League a year ago. This year, not the same kind of issue. The 0-1 fastball on the inside edge. No balls and 2 strikes. Similar to that of Johnny Damon, originally signed by the Atlanta Braves back in '96, made it to the big leagues with the Oakland A's in 2004. And since then, really has been in the Mexican League big leagues, which is considered AAA baseball, even though it was not affiliated. Made his way through the affiliated ranks and had a .287 career batting average in the minors, but has excelled even more in York. 1-2, fastball outside. Now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. 16th professional season for Castro, 32 years today. And it'll be 33 in October. Pitch swung on and popped up down the right field line. Bob Peterson chasing after it and makes the over-the-shoulder grab in foul ground. For the final out of the inning, a nice play for Brock Peterson. He veered on an arc, a semicircular arc, towards the right field line near the tarp where it is pulled. No runs on 1 base hit. A runner is stranded at the end of 3. The Bluefish are down by a score of 2-0. Stay tuned. You're watching Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. Baseball is different in a lot of ways, but the history of the sport means so much. And something we should never forget. I think the Hall of Fame, that's the way everybody did.
Anytime that I've been just like a little bit, you people the Hall have done a great job preserving history.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballball.org. Behind everything you search for is something you're actually looking for. You're looking for the really elevates you. You're actually looking to retail your home from Renegade Faucet. It's not just giving directions to a tailor with YP.com. It's looking at your best review. It's YP.com. It's getting your go-to contract. To search and exactly what you're looking for. The real yellow pages, YP.com and YP.com on your mobile, only from AT&T.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, skeleton key, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, the lucky fishing lure you snagged Alan with. Sorry, Alan. Drumsticks, chopsticks from the place you met that Dallas-based flight attendant, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. A spark plug, a domino, a house key. How do these things make Miller Lite from a can even better? Find out May 2012. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
The Bluefish and Revolution in the top half of the 4th inning. 2-0. York ahead. They already have 7 hits in the game, but have just scored the 2 runs in the first inning as Gilbert De La Mara has managed to tame the rest of the base runners and managed to tame the rest of the batters after allowing several base runners, as the first pitch is coming up to left-handed hitting Ramon Vasquez. He's followed by Brock Peterson and Pedro Lopez. Already 2 finals to report of. One other game had just got underway between the Lancaster Barnstormers and the Sugarland Skeeters. The first pitch from Corey Thurman is pulled to the right side, foul, close to the warning track and near the Revolution bullpen. No balls and 1 strike. Ramon Vasquez has been a terror with his contact hitting. He's been getting on base almost as consistently as everyone else on the squad as the 0-1 hangs high, 1 ball and 1 strike. If you look at his batting average, .364, 3 RBI. That does not tell you everything you need to know. The 1-1 Fastball guided to the outside corner at 80. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ramon Vasquez, 3 hits in a game this season and a couple of walks as well in one game. As the pitch is grounded up the middle, diving snag by Lou Rodriguez. He tried to flip it to the shortstop to try to get the runner out at first. There was no chance that Lou Rodriguez had. He tried to flip it to Joe Spears crossing at the second base bag, but the pass was incomplete. Sets up a second down for Brock Peterson. Football terms, of course. Ramon Vasquez gets on base with an infield single. And that ball went to second base as Brock Peterson walked in his first plate appearance. He also stole a base. And the Bluefish have been taking off on Corey Thurman every chance they get, especially with the speed guys that they have on display today. The next pitch, fastball aimed for the outside corner, 0-1. The clouds are thick, but there is no rain to this point, although there might be some inclement weather upcoming. The 0-1 from the righty. Thurman stares in as Paniagua sets up outside. The runner goes, the pitch is outside, the throw is second, and they appear to have the runner in the rundown as Ramon Vasquez tries to run out of it and skip out of the way, but he's tagged out. It was an excellent throw by Paniagua, and there might have been a miscommunication. Perhaps it was an intended hit and run. Vasquez stopped halfway between seeing it was going to be gunned out. Ramon Vasquez indicating to Willie Upshaw what unfolded there. It winds up being a caught stealing. Paniagua has a solid arm, but there probably was a missed sign as the fastball was on the outside corner. At least that's the way it was called, 0-2, with now 1 man out. Peterson stands in. Setup is outside as the offer is low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The rundown goes as a 2 because the catcher started off 2-4 to 3 as the pitch is swung on and drove. Deep left field, it's fair, it's gone. That ball is gone. Solo drive. Brock Peterson, his first of the season. Bridgeport has cut the lead in half. It's 2-1. That ball was smacked left field. It nearly curved to the left of the foul pole, but had enough distance to where it just went into the trees about 3 feet to the right of the foul pole. In left field. No chance to get the ball. The only hope for the corner outfielder, James Shanks, was for it to hit the wall. Pitch. Fastball. Misfired outside. 1 ball and no strikes. The Bluefish hit a home run for the 4th straight game. That started after starting out the season without a home run in the first 6. The off-speed delivery paints the outside corner. Appeared to be a curve. 2 balls, or rather 1 ball, 1 strike. It is Pedro Lopez who's 0 for 1. Pitch. Fastball on the outside corner, a ball and 2 strikes. This is the K-Man, according to the York Revolution fans. Pedro Lopez strikes out. I believe everybody in the crowd will get breadsticks, courtesy of the Pizza Hut. And the video board sign, next offering is outside. York fans temporarily disappointed. Last night, Lopez was close to striking out before he grounded a pitch to second. Perez booted the ball and then tried to recover and then threw the ball away, having plenty of time. Threw the ball off the bag. Pitch swung on and lashed into left center field, but playable as it was snagged by Stephen Douglas. 2 away in the 4th. Counts as an L8 for Pedro Lopez to spring Eddie Rogers the dish. Eddie Rogers has walked. The shortstop talks about confidence, persistence at the plate. He does not favor hitting or fielding, although it seems as if he works more on his fielding on the road, more of his hitting at home, based on the fundamentals he applies from his education. As the first pitch of the curveball hangs high, 1 ball, no strikes. He practiced with Ramon Vasquez on use of the top hand to drive through the baseball. And on here, it's more of technique throwing, perhaps adjusting your positioning. As the next pitch served over the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Vast locations of pitches from Corey Thurman to this point. Just 1 home run for the Bluefish. It is a 2-1 game. The 1-1. Swung on and sent foul to the net. A ball and 2 strikes. And if York had solid pitching to this point, you would see how competitive the game is based on the rhythm of this contest. York leads by a run, but with the way that Bridgeport has played over the last couple of games, you would have to think they have tremendous confidence. 1-2, way outside. Paniagua could not block. 2-2. Here's another story that should be mentioned. Octavio Martinez goes to Houston to play for Sugar Land. Great. The year before that, Octavio Martinez was not on a winning ball club with the Barnstormers. That team was well under 500. He comes to this team, wins the championship for the ball club. The pitching staff improves its ERA by more than a run from the year before. Any coincidence? 2-2. Swung on and fouled off the catcher's mask. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Octavio Martinez goes to Sugar Land. And granted, the Skeeters have a solid core of players, including some top-flight hitters. But their pitching staff has been able to keep them in games. The Revolution staff, other than maybe Corey Thurman and Fierabend, their number 2 guy and the pitcher that's going tomorrow, those are the only 2 that have been really keeping them in the game. 2-2, splits low, 3 balls and 2 strikes. And here's the other problem. Catcher's responsibility is to block the baseball. But the catcher cannot throw the ball. He can put a signal down. He can maneuver right and left to try to get to the baseball. But the ultimate control is within the pitcher. And Thurman has been wasting quite a few pitches in the first 3+ innings. He's thrown 3 2/3. The 3-2, swung on and popped up left side of the infield. Castro giving it chase, as did Paniagua, but it fell 1 row back. Exactly 1 row back to the right of the Bluefish dugout. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Eventually, Corey Thurman is going to wear down because he is throwing an extraordinary number of pitches. An exorbitant number of pitches. Not quite the way they used to be when when the hurler used to have a strikeout pitch. 3-2. On the corner, strike 3. That's his first strikeout of the game. The Bluefish, though, they get closer. A solo drive by Brock Peterson with 1 man out after Ramon Vasquez was caught stealing. The end of 3.5. It's 2-1 Bridgeport down to York. You're watching Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com. We'll be right back.
Baseball and hot dogs, fresh on ice. Some games are on, some are at night. Coors Light, he's the most popular player in the game. So I headed toward the kitchen, freshman I could see. But after swinging open the fridge, I saw the most horrific sight. Not a single cold beverage, not a single Coors Light. I grabbed my keys, it was time to hit the store. But stopped when I heard a knock at the door. It was my girlfriend, bearing gifts of Coors Light. Best girlfriend ever? You got that right.
Cross through Coors Light, the most refreshing beer. Coors through your label, Colorado. 3 different flavors.
At Miller Lite, we believe if you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad that you're down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in it. Your girlfriend's not wearing a push-down bra. It's called gravity, Isaac Nitwit. Can I be down front with you? All this down talk is bringing me down. So don't man down. Man up and choose a light beer with more taste. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Tastes great. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Bridgeport baseball is back on the air with Gilbert De La Vara having thrown 2 consecutive scoreless innings after finding trouble in the very first frame. This is the bottom of the 4th. The Bluefish are down by a run. Salvador Paniagua, Joe Spears, and Stephen Douglas projected up for the Revolution in this frame. Bridgeport has taken the first 2 and are hoping for a 3-game sweep before Bridgeport takes on Southern Maryland. The next pitch is swung on and lifted high in the air to deep left center field. Kennard Jones moving back, and that ball is gone. Solo drive by Salvador Paniagua. His second home run of the series. York has extended the lead back to 2. It's 3-1. That ball was scorched just to the left of the short wall towards left center field. Kennard Jones was hoping that the ball would stay in the park off the high end of the wall. It did not, as Paniagua just punished the pitch from De La Vara. He's back down by 2 runs as Joe Spears heads up to the plate. He is 0 for 1 today. It's amazing how much power Paniagua possesses on this York team. And what he's done to the Bluefish in his career is the fastball runs away, 1 ball and no strikes. And you take a look at what he has done against the rest of the teams in this league, it's quite startling. Next offering to Spears, runs to the outside edge, 1 ball and 1 strike. Trivia question for today. The Bluefish and Revolution series features Bridgeport having a 2-0 lead as the next one fires over the outside corner. But who has won more games in this matchup since York's inception back in 2008? The 1-2, grounded softly towards short. The shortstop, Eddie Rogers, fires on the run and makes the play for the first out of the frame. It counts as a 6-3 to spring Stephen Douglas to the dish. 2 for 2 for Douglas. A hit to left field, a hit to right field in each of the first 2 innings. This is the bottom of the 4th with Bridgeport down by a couple. Pitch swung on, broken, back grounder to second. Easily playable for Pedro Lopez as he takes his time and delivers to Brock Peterson 2 away. 4-3 put out for Douglas. He's going to have to go for a new piece of lumber the next time. Splintered into several pieces as Luis Rodriguez moves forward. Think about it in this light, right? Game started at 5:05 Eastern. It is 6:28, so going on an hour and 25 minutes or so in this contest, in the 4th inning, and the pace has been deliberate for Corey Thurman, a little bit quicker from De La Vara, especially when he's not had base runners on, as the 2-out pitch is right there. 0-1, inside edge. That pitch clocked at 92 miles per hour. So Gilbert throwing with some heat. The 0-1 fouled off to the right as it was squibbed. That one clocked at 87. Probably was also a heater, just took a little bit off of that. No balls, 2 strikes. Official game is 5 innings. Overcast conditions at the ballpark, temperatures in the upper 60s. Pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3 as Lou Rodriguez goes down. But a run did score. Salvador Paniagua hits a solo drive to left center field. The Bluefish are down by a couple of runs heading to the top half of the fifth. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network. I am Perry Miles.
The pace of the game, the mascots, could be, or could it be that what we really want is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching for national resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community. The Prudential Insurance Company of America, New Jersey and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial.
At Miller Lite, we believe if you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad to cheer down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in it. Your girlfriend's not wearing a push-down bra. It's called gravity, Isaac Midwit. Can I be down front with you? All this down talk is bringing me down. So don't man down. Man up and choose a light beer with more taste. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Tastes great with the Stella Gold Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Entitled Coors Light Summer. It's a Coors Light Summer. Hot days all around. Backyard barbecues are regular found. It gets pretty hot out. We'll be alright because Coors are living ice cold Coors Light. You step outside, there's skirts galore. You're guarded for the ball game, that's what's in store. It's gonna be a scorcher, but there's open sight. Refreshment awaits, Frost Brew Coors Light.
Bluefish Baseball is back. This call to the bullpen, presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for our community. James Hauser is on the hill. He is a southpaw who pitched in yesterday's contest, 6'5", 220 pounds, out of Sarasota, Florida. He's made it to the big leagues and last played for affiliate team in New Orleans as he fires the last heater to the plate. Corey Thurman's day is over after 69 pitches, 4 innings of 4-hit baseball, 1 run allowed on the solo drive, but he also allowed 2 walks. He cannot factor in the decision because he did not complete 5 innings of work. So James Hauser at this point becomes the pitcher of record. Gilbert De La Vara is the losing pitcher of record at this point for Bridgeport as the left-hander winds and deals. The fastball paints the inside corner. Strike 1. No balls, 1 strike to Angel Flores. He's followed by Joey Gathright and Kennard Jones. Flores has had limited opportunities to come to the plate this year as he's batting .400, 2 for 5. First pitch was a strike, second one dives outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Angel Flores, catcher who's reached as high as AAA baseball in his career as the pitch drops to the dirt, but more of a AA guy than anything else as the count runs to 2-1. And the reason I say that is because he has reached AAA, but most of his statistics come from A ball or AA, mostly had experience at the AA level. 2 balls and 1 strike with nobody out. 3-1, York on top. Hauser set. Pitch on its way. Swung on and lined into left center field, but playable for Stephen Douglas as he scampered from center to converge on the ball. 1 away on the F8. Sets up Joey Gathright. Bridgeport has had their struggles today hitting York pitching. And perhaps because of the Brock Peterson home run and Bridgeport's ability to work the counts, maybe the third time around would have been much more successful than the first few rounds in turn for Bridgeport, as the third baseman, Ramon Castro, drifts in, anticipating a potential bunt. First pitch to Gathright, fastball right down the middle, 0-1. Corey Thurman did not throw more than 80 miles per hour with the heater, and James Hauser threw that pitch at 87. Already a speed up with the bat for any Bluefish hitter. The 0-1 to Joey Gathright. The stop, the turn, the fastball on the outside corner, 0-2. Appear to be a curveball. Gathright is going to have trouble against left-handed pitchers, and York has a variety of those, but only some of them are out of the bullpen. James Hauser is out of the bullpen. Jesus Sanchez and Ian Thomas. Those three out of York's pen. The 0-2 slapped that and turned foul on the left side. Lands into the upper deck on the left. No balls, 2 strikes. 2 runs scored in the first inning. Back-to-back singles to lead off after Michael Hernandez struck out. Chris Nowak singled to left to score the first. And Stephen Douglas, after Andres Perez popped out the second, James Shanks singled to left to bring home Lou Rodriguez. 0-2. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Says the third base umpire. Gathright knew it. For strike 3, he goes down as Kennard Jones steps forward. Solid outing so far for Hauser. He's made the left-handed batters look foolish. And there are 3 straight lefties for this inning, which is why he was provided with this frame. Deal with 3 lefties, use the curveball, and utilize the fastball after throwing a few curves. Pitch, swung on and served, foul to the left. No balls and 1 strike. And Etchebarren going by the stats. Lefty, lefty, righty, righty. Except for the starters. Many managers use those matchups the same way that Tony La Russa had for many years with the St. Louis Cardinals before he retired. The 0-1 is squib to the left side, trying to field in the holes Joe Spears, but he's going to have to eat it. No way to get Kennard Jones on the play. It's an infield single for Kennard. The second infield single to the shortstop as Colin DeLome makes his way to the plate. Another left-handed batter before Luis Lopez might make his way to the plate. Consider this. Angel Flores was a right-handed batter, but he's not quite the same caliber hitter as Joey Gathright or Kennard Jones would be. If DeLome were to get on base, there is somebody warming up in the bullpen on the right side for York, and it's doubtful that Hauser would last beyond DeLome. This would be probably the final batter of the day for Hauser, as Marty Bauer walks to the mound to break up the conversation as Salvador Paniagua just wanted to communicate with the relief pitcher. Runner on first base, the tying run at the plate. Colin DeLome has power to all fields, and it was on display yesterday with a double towards right center and then a double down the left field line. Also a triple. The pitch is lifted into right field. It is a base hit. He got the curveball just before it was about to break further outside. A base hit for Colin DeLome, and will Mark Mason make the move as the right-handed hitter Luis Lopez moves forward. It's only the 5th inning. James Hauser staring. Lou Rodriguez interrupting for a moment, perhaps to give the bullpen a little more time to warm up. Stall tactics are an important strategy of baseball, and Andy Etchebarren has used those quite often in his York career. First pitch, guided to the outside corner, strike. No balls and 1 strike. one way that Lopez would be able to really get the Bluefish on the board, there is a big gap in right center because Stephen Douglas, the middle of the outfield, is shifted towards left center. 0-1, grounded sharply to third, snagged by Castro. He beats the runner to the bag, and that ends the inning. That was a sharp ground ball, snared by Castro as he beat Kennard Jones to the third base side, and that ends the inning on the 5 unassisted fielder's choice. No run score on a couple of base hits. End of 4.5. Bridgeport down by 2. It's 3-1. Stay tuned. You're watching Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
It's not too late to join me and all of his friends by becoming a member of the Bluefish Snappers Club. The Snappers Club is the newest club for all the biggest or newest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Snappers Club, you'll not only get free entrance on Snappers Club Day, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the club. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Punch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases just like the Bluefish do. You'll receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all of your favorite Bluefish players, along with all the news that BB Snappers Club has to offer. To join the coolest club around, call 203-345-4800 or go to BridgeportBluefish.com/kids/snappers to become a member of BB's Snappers Club.
Shark Tooth, Screwdriver, golf team from the golf trip that you never went golfing on. Grill fork, tuning fork, fork fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle-nosed pliers, a spark plug, domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing, a smooth pour with less glove. However you punch it, it's Miller time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Celebrate the passion of baseball.
Bluefish Baseball is back on the air. Bottom of the 5th inning from York, Pennsylvania. The Bluefish are down by a score of 3-1. Gilbert De La Vara in for his 5th inning of work, and he induces a fly ball to right on the first pitch. It's handled by Colin Delhomme as he backpedaled a couple of steps, one away as Michael Hernandez flies out. It's an F9 on the score sheet to spring Chris Nowak to the dish. Andres Perez is the last batter projected up in this frame. The Bluefish have yet to produce a 1-2-3 against York's lineup, and part of the reason is because of how stacked this team is from top to bottom. You look at every player that this team has. Yes, Joe Spears might be one of the easier outs on the team as the first pitch dances over the outside corner 0-1. But there really are no weaknesses, and when Ramon Castro is batting 7 in the order, you know it's a potent lineup. The 0-1 bends towards the middle of the plate. No balls and 2 strikes, a backdoor heater. 0-2 the count. De La Vara quickly seeking the sign. He gets it. The setup is high, and the fastball runs outside and high, 1-2. Let's take a look at the score in the other contest regarding the Atlantic League. As Sugar Land and Lancaster taking place, pitch is popped up behind home plate. Flores throws his mask out of the way, but it just foul and bounces right in front of the press box, close to the area where the booth is, and believes somebody dropped the ball right in front of the press box. It came very close to landing next to Darrell Henry, the York Revolution broadcaster. The 1-2 from the lefty. Drifts outside. De La Vara flexing out his shoulders a bit, trying to work out some of the tension in his shoulders as he gets ready for a 2-2. full windup, and the lefty releases the curveball, which is high. 3 balls and 2 strikes. An ominous-looking cloud begins to lurk over left field. It's darker than the others, which are in the distance. The 3-2. Line, base hit, left field. It was stroked that direction. Ramon Vasquez tried to sprint to his left. Eddie Rogers was deeper, tried to angle his body towards left field, but just could not snag it. It is a single for Nowak. He is 2 for 3 to bring Andres Perez to the dish. And remember this, after the Revolution, the Bluefish go to a ballpark which the ball flies. There is a jet stream in left center field. There are plenty of home runs hit at that venue. The idea, keep the ball down. 1-out toss to Elvira. It's a jam shot sent to the backstop. 0-1. The Bluefish committed their 5th error of the season. This is their 10th game. And it happened on a throw that allowed the lead base runner at that time, Chris Nowak, to move to third. But he did not score on the play. The 0-1. Fisted foul to the right, 0-2. Chris Nowak was only moving to second before the bobble by Kennard Jones. And that's how he moved on the East 7. He's had a tendency to overrun the baseball and occasionally bobble it once he tries to think too quickly. He's always looking to try to throw the ball quickly home. The 0-2. Grounded up the middle. It is a base hit as it was sent right through the box. Andres Perez did not try to do too much with it as James Shanks moves forward. And the Bluefish are in another jam. You wonder if there might be some action brewing the Bluefish bullpen with Michael Morris emerging from the dugout to try to warm up one of the players that has not been pitching of late. And the one player that might be taking off his uniform is Jonah Bayless. He has been outstanding this year. Bayless, the native of Western Massachusetts, big-time hockey fan, but opted for baseball instead of the sport on ice. The 1-out toss, swung on and missed. The ball partially gets away from Flores, and it is a wild pitch as the ball could not be blocked in the dirt. Wild pitch sends Nowak to third and Andres Perez to second. More troubles for De La Vara. And it's been coming in as part of singles as opposed to home runs. But the Revolution seem to be having their way of late. The 0-1. Slap foul to the right. No balls, 2 strikes. And the last time out, De La Vara was saved by a great double play in his last start from Eddie Rogers, where he left 2 runs in 4 innings of work. The Bluefish wound up winning the game against Long Island, the first contest of the series, 8-2. 0-2 on its way. Left-hander deals. Popped up right side. Could be playable for Brock Peterson. He leans in foul ground, makes the catch on the warning track for the second out of the inning. It is a PF3 on the score sheet. As Ramon Castro makes his way in, Gilbert De La Vara being approached by Willie Upshaw. You wonder if the pitching change will be made now for Jonah Bayless, or if De La Vara will have one more chance to escape the jam without any further trouble. Upshaw had De La Vara penciled in as the #1 starter in this rotation. He started out the season as that guy, but because of performance, Willie Upshaw has had to contemplate a few matters, which include how long he should put the southpaw in there for. Remember, he has AAA experience as a starter. Unlike Matt Pike, unlike Paul Segura. The only guy in this rotation, other than Toby Stoner, that really has that major experience is Isaac Hess, and he was in the Mexican League, not part of any affiliated team, AAA Mexican League. 2-out toss coming, and they will walk Castro to get to Paniagua as 4 pitches are coming outside the zone. Ball 1 outside. Paniagua already a home run, and that might lead the way for Jonah Bayless to enter the game. They walk Castro, who has a reputation for hitting with a great amount of success in the clutch, as the next pitch wanders outside at 68 miles an hour. The only thing that could really put a dent into this Bluefish plan is if one of these were to go wild. 3-0 is low and away, ball 4. So Castro walks. Now there is no margin for error for the Bluefish left-hander. Willie Upshaw opts to go to the bullpen as he walks out and makes the move for Jonah Bayless. This call to the bullpen, presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. The bases are loaded with the right-hander entering the game. We'll be back right after this on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the base of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team? At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community. The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial Inc.
At Miller Lite, we believe if you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad to cheer down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in it. Your girlfriend's not wearing a push-down bra. It's called gravity, Isaac Nitwit. Can I be down front with you? All this down talk is bringing me down. So don't man down. Man up and choose a light beer with more taste. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
This call to the bullpen, presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for our community. 2 men out, Jonah Bayless enters the game. He has been a stalwart on the mound this season. Right-hander, 7 innings of scoreless baseball at this point, has a win. He has not pitched in this series after performing admirably in the Long Island set. An inning on May the 3rd, and then also on May the 1st, 3 innings of scoreless relief. It is Bayless against Paniagua as the setup is outside from Flores. First pitch on its way from Bayless. Swung on and missed. Beautiful curveball from Bayless. He just pulled the string, and Paniagua baited for the arm. No balls and 1 strike. This is a critical moment in the game. The right fielder, Colin DeLome, shallow. The left fielder, Kennard Jones, playing relatively shallow. But there's not much room in left field, not too much real estate at least. The 0-1 drifts outside, 1 ball and 1 strike on what appeared to be a changeup. Willie Upshaw calls Bayless the momentum stopper. He's done it for each of the games that Gilbert Delavar and others who have struggled to last this long have been able to do. He stops the rallies. The 1-1 swung on and lifted down the left field line, but it is foul. And Paniagua needs a new piece of lumber as his bat broke. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Will Paniagua be able to anticipate what kind of off-speed pitch and where it's going to come from Bayless? Couple of options here for Bayless. Fastball inside, perhaps a curveball well outside, try to bait Paniagua to swing. Close stance for the catcher. Setup is outside from Flores. The 1-2. Just off the corner. Try to bait him with an off-speed pitch and nearly clipped it. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bayless this season, quite a few strikeouts on his resume too. He had a strikeout in his last inning of work. The 2-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Paniagua goes down fishing on more off-speed pitching from Jonah Bayless. He gets the job done. The Bluefish do not allow a run in the 5th inning. At the end of 5, the score is 3-1. York is still on top, but the Bluefish come up in the top of the 6th right after this. On BridgeportBluefish.com, I am Perry Miles.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseball. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, team-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Miller Lite wants you to win the greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect Miller Lite taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab Miller Lite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy, and it never happens. It's Miller time. No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 or older. Void in California where prohibited. Sweepstakes begins 5/12 and ends 8/12. For details, how to enter and complete official rules, go to tastepoints.com. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller time. Don't check your wrist or follow up.
The Bluefish and the Revolution shift to the top of the 6th inning with James Hauser on the hill. In his 2nd inning of work, Bridgeport finds themselves within striking distance. They are down by just 2 runs, 3-1 in the top of the 6th. Ramon Vasquez, Brock Peterson, Pedro Lopez step up. There are a slew of lefties in this lineup. Gathright, Jones, Delhomme, Vasquez, so many of those. And Bridgeport is going to have to deal with James Hauser, at least for the time being. The first pitch to Vasquez is a fastball that clips the outside corner 0-1. So far, just 1 home run from the Bluefish and 1 home run from York. The Revolution scored their first non-home run runs today, courtesy of a couple of RBI singles. The curveball goes outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Up until this game, every run had been scored via the homer. Not the case this afternoon. 1-1. Sent to the outside corner, 1-2. Nobody out in the top half of the 6th inning. Will provide you with scoreboard updates from around the Atlantic League. 2 games already gone final. And also Major League updates. Yankees, Mets, Red Sox. Pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3. Vasquez goes down. Tilted out of the zone. as the left-handed batter and the third baseman must go back to the dugout disappointed. And that will be it for Ramon Vasquez as Mark Mason takes a quick walk to the mound to discuss matters and perhaps take the ball as he does, with Brock Peterson making his way to the plate. This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. One man out. Applause for James Hauser. We'll find out who's entering for the left-hander right after this on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the base of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold the commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community. The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial Inc.
At Miller Lite, we believe if you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad that you're down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in.
Bluefish Baseball is here. This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. It is number 28, Stephen Penny, 6'7", 240-pounder, out of San Diego, California. This reached as high as AA baseball last time. He's an affiliate baseballs in the Southern League with Jackson as he makes his way to the plate. An inning and a third, 2 hits, and 2 strikeouts from Hauser. No runs allowed by Hauser as the first pitch is on its way from the right-hander and delivers it on the inside corner for a called strike. York's pitching has been solid today. Something that could not be said about the first couple of games, and part of that has to do with the leadership of Corey Thurman. 4 innings of 1-run ball. So far, an inning and a third of scoreless relief for the Revolution as the pitch is grounded, snagged by the first baseman in Nowak. The throw to first is in time as the pitcher was able to cover. Stephen Penny induces a 3-1 from Brock Peterson on the opposite field poke. And it brings up Pedro Lopez, who's 0 for 2 today. Lopez, the second baseman, flew out to right field and hit a line drive to center. Those are his at-bats. And the first pitch lands inside and low, 1 ball and no strikes. This will not be beneficial for the York Revolution in the future, especially if they have to use the bullpen as often as they did today, with patient lineups going right through Corey Thurman that way that the Bluefish had. Next pitch is lined to the left of center and snagged like a catcher would. It was a strike at the knees. Play was made by Stephen Douglas. Another 1-2-3 for York at the end of 5.5. Bridgeport down by a score of 3-1. Stay tuned. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion.
Baseball is different in a lot of ways, where the history of the sport means so much. And it's something you should never forget. And I think the Hall of Fame has a way of reminding you.
Anytime that I've visited, it's just like a gift. You people at the Hall of Fame have done a great job preserving this history.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org. Jimmy Rollins talks about the Baseball Hall of Fame.
This being the same place that all these great football players reside at now, their career, their stats, their jerseys, and come to fix. Having something in mind, that is something that anybody that goes to the Hall of Fame is
preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations, and the National Baseball Hall of Fame is in Cooperstown, New York. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org.
Now, I never knew searching for something you're actually looking for. You search with the real fit, the contract, the whole curve. It's not just a direction switch right. YP.com is resting with the old favorite from the back of the closet. It's more than finding a box. YP.com it's getting to sleep in your own bed. Whatever it might be, there are more ways to search and more ways to find exactly what you're looking for. The main yellow pages of YP.com and YP.com like only from AT&T.
Hello, my name is Joe Bates. You're listening to Perry Miles on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Jonah Bayless was able to escape the bottom half of the fifth inning without allowing a run to score with the bases loaded as he struck out Salvador Paniagua. As Joe Spears makes his way to the plate, he's followed by Stephen Douglas and Lou Rodriguez. 9-1-2. Spears flew out to right and grounded out to short in his only at-bats. The shadows cast upon most of the infield with Ramon Vasquez drifting in. The pitch is yanked down the left field line, foul, and I believe there was a misplay by one of the fans in the crowd. They went out that person's stomach and then ricocheted back into the field of play as the fan was provided the souvenir for his efforts. Sometimes the fan that does not catch the ball right away, although it was a hard line drive, sometimes if they drop it, they should not be rewarded with the catch. After all, bring a glove or whatever it is. Make a true baseball atmosphere. The 0-1 is on the outside corner, 0-2. Credit the error to the fan. I'm sure he's having a smile about that one, though. He's got plenty of attention from the rest of the fans surrounding him. Decent crowd today at Sovereign Bank Stadium. Watching York taking on Bridgeport. The Bluefish are trailing by 2 as the next one is served to the netting. No balls and 2 strikes. Joe Spears, rookie baseball, intended to be the 6th infielder, plenty of speed, base running duties as well. Not expected to really play a significant role on the team as the pitch is swung on and slapped to the netting. Because if you look at the players on the squad, you have Ramon Castro, Cristobal, Andres Perez, Lou Rodriguez. Those are all names. Let's not forget about Danny Gonzalez, who's the starting shortstop on this squad, although he's not hitting very well right now either. If Spears is able to hit, and he can play the kind of defense that he's capable of, at least at what we've seen so far, Spears might be in there for the long haul as the pitch swerves outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Danny Gonzalez was not that impressive last year with the Road Warriors, even though he did get an opportunity in the Atlantic League this year. Spears, out of Riverside, California, played for the Frontier League in Evansville and batted .323, which allowed him to get a promotion to this league. The 1-2, fisted out, jam shot pop up to the left side. You could hear the bat crack as it's caught by Ramon Vasquez in foul ground for out number 1. You can hear the of the bat as it went tumbling towards the right side. That was not a pretty sound from the barrel. It almost seemed as if the bat got sawed off all because of Jonah Bayless's location as the one-out toss from the right-hander directs to the outside corner. No balls and one strike. The bottom of the 6th inning. The trivia question is, the Bluefish and the Revolution. What's the all-time record for the Bluefish against the Revolution? The pitch is swung on and missed. Outside corner. Counted. No balls and 2 strikes. The Bluefish have never swept a series at this venue, at least a 3-game series. The 0-2 from Bayless. Fastball on the outside corner. He is toast. Stephen Douglas frustrated that he did not get the call. He dejectedly walks back to the dugout. With 2 outs in the frame, Lou Rodriguez moves forward. And the answer to that trivia question is, Bridgeport has a 43-53 overall record heading into this year. So that makes it a 45-53 record coming into today. This game is still yet to be decided. The first pitch is a fastball high, 1 ball and no strikes. Quite a bit of success for the Bluefish against some of the other teams like the Somerset Patriots or the Newark Bears in the past. A 1-0, fastball, guided high. 2 balls, no strikes. Bridgeport has had a miserable time against Southern Maryland and York in particular. They've done well against almost every other team in the league, including a team about a half an hour east of here, the Lancaster Barnstormers. Here's the 2-0. Swung on slap to left field, pretty well hit. Kennard Jones backpedals and makes the catch right in front of the Fenway Park type scoreboard. For the final out of the inning, a 1-2-3 for the Fish. At the end of 6, Bridgeport still down by a couple. It's 3-1. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Hey kids, it's not too late to join Phoebe and all of his friends by becoming a member of the Bluefish Snappers Club. The Snappers Club is the newest club for all the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Snappers Club, you'll not only get free entrance on Snappers Club Day, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the club. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Bunch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases just like the Bluefish do. You'll even receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all of your favorite Bluefish players, along with all the news that the Snappers Club has to offer. To join the coolest club around, call 203-345-4800 or go to BridgeportBluefish.com/kids/snappers to become a member of the Snappers Club.
Shark Tooth, the screwdriver. Golf team from the golf trip that you never went golfing on. Grill fork, tuning fork, wood fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle-nose pliers, a spark plug, domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you always get the same thing. A smooth pour with less club. However you punch it, it's Miller time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. Baseball is different. No matter where we go, the sport means so much. It's something we should never forget.
Time that I visited, it just like the India. You people, the whole team, have done a great job preserving this game.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org. Not every decision is something.
Welcome back to the Bluefish Broadcast Network. Harry Miles, this call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for our community. Duma Garcia in for the top half of the 7th inning. We will go to the scoreboard update as well as soon as we know a few things, as Eddie Rogers moves forward, followed by Angel Flores and Joey Gathright, 8, 9, and 1. against Duma. The first pitch, a bunch shown, but then pulled back. The count at 1 ball and no strikes. Eddie Rogers, a 4-hit game yesterday, has reached base just once with a walk. The 1-0 swung on and driven down the left field line. It is foul. It was close to hitting the wall. If it hits the wall, it's in fair ground, but it just veered to the left of the yellow foul line where the wall is located. 1 ball and 1 strike. Yesterday he crushed a bases-clearing double to left center field to account for 3 of the 4 runs in the second inning, which started a 6 RBI day. The 1-1. Swung on and missed. Pulled the string, a ball and 2 strikes. The scores from earlier today. Southern Maryland takes down Somerset 3-2. So the Blue Crabs are 6-4. That came in 10 innings. 1-2, well outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Long Island Ducks 2 and the Camden River Sharks 1. That in 11 innings. From Bethpage Ballpark. So the Ducks sweep the River Sharks after the Bluefish swept the Ducks. Pitch low. Count runs to 3 balls and 2 strikes. At this point, it's very early in the Lancaster and Sugarland game, but there is a scoreboard update. 4-1, Sugarland on top. Pitch, check swing. Did he go? No. So Eddie Rogers walked for the second time, and the tying run steps up to the plate in Angel Flores. At some point, the Bluefish would have to contemplate pinch hitting for Flores if they would like to tie the game, if they feel that there is a better option to pinch hit. At this juncture, there may not be other than maybe Prentice Redmond. The first pitch from Duma Garcia lands in the dirt. No movement from Eddie Rogers. 1 ball, no strikes. And since he got ahead in the count to Eddie Rogers 1-0, he's thrown 4 consecutive pitches outside the zone. Ramon Castro takes off his cap and tries to calm down the right-hander Garcia. Duma this season just has pitched in 1 game. Gave up a run. It was not earned on 2 hits. Righty-righty matchup pitch way outside. 2 balls and no strikes. As we progress towards the evening hours, the shadows are going to cause the fielders some problems, especially when the baseball goes from the shadow to the sunshine and trying to track down for the outfielders. And if Duma Garcia continues to throw into hitters' counts, it really can play a pivotal role in determining whether the Bluefish would be able to make this comeback. They've really not had too many opportunities to get the tying run in scoring position. Mark Mason discussing matters after Ramon Castro came over there. After the first ball was out of the zone, Mark Mason tried to make his thoughts known, but it's not dependent on what the pitching coach says. It's a matter of what Garcia is able to execute. Now with the count at 2-0, will Angel Flores be provided the green light? The 2-0, directed to the outside corner, a strike. 5 straight balls out of the zone before that one sailed to the edge. 2 balls and 1 strike. Waiting on deck, Joey Gathright. It would be back to the top of the order. Runner taking his lead, pitch swung on and served down the right field line, but it was foul and is grabbed by a fan just to the right of the Pyramid tent picnic area. The Turkey Hill picnic area on the right side. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Garcia standing in, works quickly, bends his head up and down, pitch on its way, swung on and missed. Off-speed pitch as he recovers to strike out Angel Flores. Now will be a little bit more difficult with Joey Gathright Coming up to the plate, you wonder if Mark Mason is going to go to his bullpen one more time because there is somebody warming up, or will he allow Garcia to stay in there and handle the lefties? They're 3 straight. It's the first time that Gathright, Jones, and DeLome really had an opportunity to look at a right-hander as another throw to first is not in time. And with one man out, as fast as Rogers is not the important base runner. Gathright is. The one out toss swung on and popped up foul to the left. Really not had too many opportunities to take on hard-throwing right-handed pitchers today. Corey Thurman was a soft-tossing righty. Hauser was a power lefty, which neutralized the lefties. Now they have a power right-handed arm. Different speeds and different adjustments as the curveball slings inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bluefish early in the season were unable to convert with runners in scoring position. Go figure. The way that they're driving in runs now, you would never have thought that. 1-1. Check swing. Did he go around? Yes, as the home plate umpire indicates with the fist. 1 ball and 2 strikes. This season, Bluefish with runners in scoring position at 297. 43 RBI on 111 at-bats. First, a throw to first, and there was a large lead taken by Eddie Rogers. He might have been thinking about taking off for second. Paniagua has not been very good throwing out base runners today with Corey Thurman at the hill. 1-2. Fastball high. 86 on the gun. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Talking about the Atlantic League scores, the Atlantic League standings upcoming. If Bridgeport can manage to come back in this game, they'll have a 2-game edge. If not, they'll be 1 ahead as a hesitation, and then the throw to first. He stepped off the rubber, took like 1 or 2 seconds more, and then threw to first. Dan Lassard, first base, calling him back. The 2-2. Way inside and high. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And the runner must always be aware. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 man out. Eddie Rogers does not need to take off. Although he could get to third base with a Gathright single. Pitch. In there for a strike. The throw to second. Not in time. Joey Gathright took a strike 3 on the outside corner. He's frustrated. But it is a stolen base for Rogers. That is the 4th stolen base today and brings up Kennard Jones. No real rhyme or reason as to why the Bluefish just have been unable to really hit York pitching today. It's been a mix of different ingredients. As previously mentioned, wound up being a complete meal for the Revolution. How to pitch, how to get through. Corey Thurman was the egg batter to the cookies. And right at this point, chocolate chips belong to the rest of the bullpen as the pitch is low. 1 ball, no strikes. Chocolate chips, what ultimately closed out the deal. It can taste really good other than the fact that all those calories are in there. And the Bluefish looking to take away from the York Revolution what they have today, which is a 2-run lead. It's the first time that they've led in the series, starting from the first inning all the way through. 1-0. Swan and skied in the air foul. Big cut by Jones at a play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Duma Garcia in the game. James Hauser would be the pitcher of record at this point. A 1-1. Well inside. as Kennard Jones had to jut out of the way. 2 balls, 1 strike. Colin DeLone, the power hitter, who's had 2 singles in as many at-bats, would be moving forward if Jones got on base. He's 2 for 3. 2-1. Slap foul, left field, out of play. 2-2. 7:24 on the East Coast. A battle between York and Bridgeport in the top of the 7th. The 2-2. Swung on line right to first. Nowak snags it for the final out of the frame. Jones ripped it, but Nowak was right there. Ends the inning on the L3. No run score, 1 base runner left on. No hits. At the end of 6 1/2, 7th inning stretch time, Bridgeport trails by a couple. You're watching and listening to Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network. We'll be right back.
It had been a long day, and even me a career, so I could enjoy the kitchen refreshment I could see. But after Sweeney opened the fridge, I saw a most horrific sight. Not a single cold beverage, not a single Coors Light. I grabbed my keys. It was time to hit the store. I stopped when I heard a knock at the door. It was my girlfriend, Mary Gibson Coors Light. Best girlfriend ever? Got that right. Coors Light, fresh. At Miller Lite, we believe if you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad to cheer down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in it. Your girlfriend's not wearing a push-down bra. It's called gravity, Isaac Nitwit. Can I be down front with you? All this down talk is bringing me down. So don't man down. Man up and choose a light beer with more taste. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A poem entitled Coors Light Summer. It's a Coors Light summer, hot babes all around. Backyard barbecues are where you can found. It gets pretty hot out, but we'll be alright because coolers are filled with ice cold Coors Light. You step outside with your skirts galore. You're guarded for the ball game, that's what's in store. It's gonna be a scorcher, but there's open sight. Refreshment awaits, frost brewed Coors Light. And frost brewed Coors Light. Fresh tea, Coors Brewing Company, around.
At Miller Lite, we know there's only one thing baseball fans love as much as great Pilsner taste, and that's rooting for the home team. Because home is way better than away. Away is not where the heart is. Bringing away to Macon? Why? Macon is delicious. Away is where you hang your hat. You should be hung up by your underpanties. So why root for the away team when you can root for the home team? With a great Pilsner taste of Miller Lite. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Hey Bluefish fans, have you heard about the clubhouse? Being located in Fairfield.
Bluefish Baseball is here. In the bottom half of the 7th inning, we will go through some of the scores throughout the world of Major League Baseball, the NBA playoffs and the NHL playoffs, as those are kicking off, as the first pitch is on its way from Jonah Bayless. He fires, swung on a line into left field. It is a base hit and rolls towards the wall, gathered by Kennard Jones, as the leadoff hitter is held to a single. Michael Hernandez picks up his first hit of the night and came against Mr. Bayless. He's already pitched an inning and a third of scoreless baseball with 1 hit allowed and 2 strikeouts. There is nobody warming up in the bullpen for the Bluefish. Bayless asked him if, in a half-joking manner, if he could become a starter. He laughed. He said, 3 innings is plenty enough, and he'll deliver what he needs to for Bridgeport, but he was not coming up more as a starter, more as a shutdown guy, as the first pitch drifts outside at 77 miles per hour. 1 ball, no strikes. Congratulations to the LA Kings. They have defeated the St. Louis Blues 3-1 and have successfully knocked out the number 1 and 2 seeds in the Western Conference. They'll face the winner of Phoenix and Nashville. Most likely it will be Phoenix. The 1-0 throw to first is not in time. Philadelphia, New Jersey, taking place tonight, 7:30. The Flyers and Devils. Devils have a 2-1 series lead. That comes up in a few minutes' time. In the NBA, plenty of action as the Knicks, they avoid elimination for one more day. The 1-0 in there for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Knicks win 89-87. Miami leads the series 3-1. Philadelphia leads their series 3-1 after defeating the Bulls 89-82. Boston up 25-15 against Atlanta. That's in the first quarter. The 1-1 from Bayless. Popped high in the air. Left side as Flores stares at it. It pops about 5 rows back. And one of the fans might have actually gotten popped in the shoulder with the baseball. Never want that ball to crush your bone when it's coming from that high. And for those of you out there who are listening to and watching this game, be careful of any fly balls, line drives. These are former big league ball players. 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody out. Runner at first with Hernandez. Nowak at the plate. 2 for 3 today. Bayless sets the belt, looks in, and delivers outside 2-2. In Major League Baseball, the Mets defeat the Arizona Diamondbacks by a score of 3-1. The Yankees thrash the Royals 10-4 to earn a split of that series. Meanwhile, Baltimore and Boston tied at 6 in the top half of the 17th inning. What an epic matchup. 2-2. Line caught by Eddie Rogers at short. After Nowak robbed Kennard-Jones in the last inning, Chris Nowak gets the reciprocated treatment from Eddie Rogers as he snagged the ball. It counts as an L6 for Andres Perez. Now, for those of you out there, Pujols hit his first home run of the season today. The Angels, though, are struggling at this point. They're in last place in their division. But the Mets, they have been doing quite well against the Diamondbacks. As a result, 15-13. Quite a few games coming up against successful organizations. Pitches inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Both New York teams in the thick of matters in their respective divisions, with Baltimore owning first place in the American League East and Cleveland in the American League Central. Go figure. 2 smaller market ball clubs. 1-0 to Andres. Pitch. Outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Perez does not walk often. Jonah Bayless, hitting in 2/3 of scoreless relief. You wonder if he's able to get out of this jam, whether he'll complete the 8th as well. 2 balls, no strikes. Bayless stares in. Flores establishes inside. The pitch was inside, but did not quite make it to the edge. 3-0. Game has sped up to a degree after the starting pitchers left the game. Bullpens have been sharp. 3 runs allowed by De La Vara, 1 by Thurman. Fastball runs to the inside corner. Perez thought he had a walk. 3-1. Andres Perez was perhaps the best Bluefish hitter overall last season, and he started out as a bench player, more or less. Willie Upshaw needed his bat in the lineup. 3-1. Inside, ball 4. Jonah Bayless walks Andres Perez to set up James Shanks. Perez made it to high A baseball. He's in his 6th season in the professional ranks. James Shanks has an RBI single in the 1st inning, another single in the 3rd, and popped that in foul ground to 1st. That's where he stands. Originally drafted by the Kansas City Royals back in 1998 in round 21. Made it to AAA baseball, but did not get to the big leagues. First pitch is sliced to the right side foul. 0-1. fourth professional championship for Shanks was last year, and his third consecutive trip to the Atlantic League playoffs. Before that was with Southern Maryland. 0-1, Bayless stands tall and delivers, swung on and missed. Appeared to be a changeup. Shanks expecting something a little bit harder than it was, and was baffled by the pitch. 0-2. Right-hander stares in. Glove at the belt. And he fires, swung on and lifted high in the air down the left field line. Kennard Jones getting towards the corner, but it lands in foul ground as it deflects back into left field where Kennard was initially standing on defense. 0-2. The Shadows have covered the rest of the ball field, which means not until we get a little bit deeper into the game may the light fixtures blend with the baseball to cause some issues potentially for outfielders. The 0-2 settles low and outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Let's not forget the other matchup, the Lakers and the Nuggets, taking place later this evening, 9:30 start time from Mile High. No, 1-2. Lifted in the air to shallow left field. It dunks in for a base hit. Kennard Jones charges and bobbles for a moment as he flicks the ball in. The bases are loaded with 1 man out to set up Ramon Castro. A solid at-bat for Shanks. He was able to fight off a few pitches. Got one that was a little bit further inside and just put the bat out. Got a little piece of lumber dumped in for that hit as Willie Upshaw comes to the mound to talk with Bayless. Remember this, 7 shutout innings to begin the year. He's already thrown an inning and 2/3. A double play ball would be helpful. Bayless knows exactly what he needs to do, and Upshaw trusts him. He's been in different minor league organizations, and he's been in the big leagues with 2 different teams for a decent period of time, the Kansas City Royals, Pittsburgh Pirates, and he understands the difficulty involved going through the season. Kansas City, 11 games, 4.63. And then with Pittsburgh 06, then started the year in 07 with Pittsburgh. Eventually went to the Japanese League, played there as well. Respectable numbers, respectable output from Bayless. ERA of 4.08 in minor league career, but faces Ramon Castro with nowhere to put him. Last time, the Bluefish had an opportunity to give him an intentional walk. They cannot grant him that this time around. 1 out toss, fastball up. 1 ball, no strikes. York looking to extend this lead. Chance in the 5th inning, failed to convert. Another opportunity in the 7th. Is Bayless able to stand tall? Setup is inside. Pitch on its way. Well inside. 2 balls and no strikes. You can almost tell that Bayless has lost a little bit of that command from what he had to start off the 5th inning when he took over for Gilbert De La Vara, and then cruised right through the 6th inning. He went through the middle of this order. This is the first time he's facing Castro today. 2-0. Line, base hit, left field. Jones fields. 2 runners are trying to score. They will as Jones bobbles momentarily. And York has extended the lead. It's now 5-1. Ramon Castro lines a base hit into left field. Michael Hernandez Andre Perez comes to the plate. It would not have mattered. Both runs would have scored. There was no stopping that. Bayless gives up his first runs of the year, and runners are situated at first and second for Salvador Paniagua. There's something different about the feel of this ballpark compared with every other ballpark out there. As Paniagua steps up, he has a home run today, a strikeout, a fly ball left field, the curveball snapped high. 1 ball, no strikes, and Bayless falling behind hitters, which is unlike the way that the right-hander approaches batters on a day-to-day basis. One 0 on its way, but first, right-hander steps off the mound. Five runs on 13 hits, no errors. 1 run, 6 base hits, 1 error. Bridgeport down by 4. Bayless set and delivers a swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bayless stands in. Paniagua waits. Next offering, swung on and served to the right. Out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Paniagua 3 homers and 4 ribbies this year. Right-hander stands in. You can hear the fans chanting for their team as the pitch is set foul. Out of play, keeping Paniagua alive and forcing the runners to retreat. As Shanks must go back to second base while Castro moves over to first. Two runs scored in the 7th. 2 in the first, 1 in the 4th for York. Just 1 in the 4th on a Brock Peterson shot. Next pitch, outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bluefish seem to be getting closer and closer to having their 5-game winning streak snapped. With just 2 offensive innings, 1 more base hit would probably put the game even further out of reach, where Grand Slam would not be able to get them back into the contest. A 2-2. Lifted high in the air, right side. Brock Peterson moves back. He continues to backpedal, makes the play. There was no ruling for the infield fly. Either way, it's the second out of the frame, and both runners were back in advance. Counts as a P3 to Paniagua for Joe Spears. The defense today for York has been stout. And it is because Lou Rodriguez and the guy that's stepping up to the plate have solidified it to a great deal. Question is whether York would like to go with that lineup from here on out. With Lou Rodriguez at second and Spears at short as he sends a high pop to the right side. Peterson, and the ball drops. Peterson called for it, but then Rodriguez also called for it. A lack of communication. There should not be an error on the play. It was not dropped by anybody. Just poor judgment from the Bluefish as the catcher, Flores, and Brock Peterson came close to the York Revolution side of the dugout. And it appears Spears will get another chance. No balls, 1 strike. Next offering from Bayless, way inside, and hit him. It hit Joe Spears to set the bases loaded for Stephen Douglas. Two runs allowed in this inning for Jonah Bayless, and this in all likelihood would be his last hitter. If he's unable to get Stephen Douglas out, that will be all for the right-hander. Stares in, glove set at the belt. Flores trying to establish outside the pitch. Just a bit low, 1 ball, no strikes. Today, the Bluefish pitchers have been unable to establish certain counts, strike 1, strike 2, certain batters strike 1, strike 2, which is why they've been in trouble. The 1-0 is a big rip and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Douglas was looking to torch the ball beyond the picnic area, right near where the brick building is, well beyond that. 1 ball, 1 strike. Two men out. Flores looks outside, pitches outside, did not tempt Douglas to swing. 2 balls, 1 strike. A number of pitchers have not gotten a taste of pitching in the series. Joe Bateman has not. Not Michael Morris. Others have not as the pitches. Again, sky in the air, foul ground. Flores throws away his mask moving towards the netting, and it goes a row back before it deflects to the 10th row. Brad Furnish. Let's talk about a few others that have not had the opportunity here. Rami Lewis has not pitched in the series either. You would think that those hurlers would have an opportunity to get back to work at some point. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 5-1 the score. Bayless, fastball, jam shot, foul. Douglas fought it off. It burrowed inside as if it was a Mariano Rivera type heater. It just cut to the hands. Nearly broke the bat as Douglas stands tall once more. Timeout is called by the home plate umpire, Marty Bauer. 2 balls and 2 strikes. $14 hits today for York. By far, the highest total they've had in this series. 2-2. Hopped up left side of the outfield. Eddie Rogers waving everybody off and has room to make the play for the final out of the frame. But York sends 8 batters to the plate. They score twice. At the end of 7, Bridgeport trails 5-1. You're listening and watching the Bluefish Broadcast Network. We'll be back right after this on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Let's not talk about the mortality. The almost blindness. The smart club. There's lots of things you can use though. New Miller Lite Punch Top can. You can always get the same thing. A smooth pour with less blood. However you punch it, it's Miller Time. Miller will help you with that. Responsibility. Great responsibility.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate baseball. Something we should never forget. I think the Hall of Fame.
Time that I visited it, just like you people, the whole thing has done a great job preserving.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. Connect with Cooperstown at baseball.org. I never need to search for some of the action. It's not just getting directions to a tailor with YP.com. It's looking at best way to There's a way to get YP.com. It's getting your road trip back on track. Remember, like, never that place to search and get exactly what you're looking for. YP.com and YP.com by your phone.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, skeleton key, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork fork, the lucky fishing lure you snagged Alan with. Sorry, Alan. Drumsticks, chopsticks from the place you met that Dallas-based flight attendant. A motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. A spark plug, domino, a house key. How do these things make Miller Lite from a can even better? Find out May 2012. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious semi-fleur tea, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table away to the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting. Park City Grill offers a walkway.
Bluefish baseball is here, as it appears as if Bridgeport has 2 more innings to go. First pitch is on the outside corner at 90 miles per hour to Colin DeLome. No balls, 1 strike. 2 base hits, a stolen base for DeLome. As this call to the bullpen is presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. The next pitch was on the outside corner. Another strike. Now runs to no balls and 2 strikes. Adam Thomas in the game. He had a scoreless inning last night. Hopes to do the same tonight. The 0-2. Swung and missed. 93 on the radar gun for Adam Thomas. Just whipped Colin DeLome in the batter's box. He's gone. Instead of Luis Lopez. I wonder why Adam Thomas not been picked up by an affiliate organization to this point. He's a setup guy, but he could be a closer. And he might even have more tools and more of a skill set than R.J. Rodriguez would have. Not to denigrate the York's closer's talent. The 1-out pitch is a fastball in the outside corner in the mid-90s again. 0-1. It's only strike 1, strike 2, strike 3 for Adam Thomas. The difference has been, first 2 games, York did not get starting pitching. Today they did. A little bit more so as the curveball twists outside at 80. 1 ball, 1 strike. Isaac Hest used 80% fastballs or so last night, and then eventually used his breaking pitches to be able to keep the hitters off balance. Same way with Thomas. 1 curveball, he's probably back to the fastball. But he goes to the curve, and Lopez checks his swing. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bluefish still not out of it. Remember, R.J. Rodriguez has had some nightmarish moments against the Fish in the past, especially against the 2010 team, even though his squad won the Atlantic League Championship. The 2-1. Fastball guided to the outside corner, 91. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Thomas could easily be one of the best pitchers in the league, and you can see how quickly his ball races up to the catcher. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Luis. Pitch on its way outside. It was a slingshot there. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Off to Southern Maryland tomorrow, 7:05 first pitch. TBA for Southern Maryland as far as their pitcher goes. Bridgeport's going to be going in the same rotation that they have been. 3-2 swung, line base hit to the left of the second base bag. Stephen Douglas tosses the ball in. First base hit allowed by Adam Thomas. To spring Ramon Vasquez to dish. Adam Thomas really did not have too many struggles with the Road Warriors last year. Him, Eddie Ramos, they were really good out of the pen. Ramos, outstanding out of the pen. Could have been the closer, but Adam Thomas was the guy in charge. And Thomas was provided a job from the Road Warriors along with Danny Gonzalez, who impressed in this league, which is considered at the AA, AAA level, the elite independent league in the country. 1-out pitch. Swung and served into right center field. Just missed the ball. And can of corn for Stephen Douglas for out number 2. Ramon Vasquez just got a hand underneath it and did not come up with it. Here, closer to the sweet spot, Vasquez probably has himself a home run. You could hear the crack of the bat for a moment. It sounded good off of the bat, but not quite the same way once it landed into the glove of the outfielders. Rock Peterson steps forward. Colin Gloam did not really have much of a chance in his first at-bat in the inning. Since then, Adam Thomas has thrown a couple more pitches, and the hitters have been able to work to a degree, as the first pitch was a fastball inside 92. 1 ball, no strikes. You wonder why a guy like Adam Thomas is in independent baseball when he's throwing 92, 93. Perhaps they wanted to see Thomas in a setup role as pitches chopped to the ground foul, 91 on the radar. 1 ball, 1 strike. There are some clauses in players' contracts that allow them to join one team or a multitude of teams. There are positive ways to spin everything. But the players on each of these squads would like to get to the affiliated ranks. 1-1, way inside, and hit him. Peterson nearly got hit with the pitch. Down runs the 2 balls, 1 strike. He might have been better served to do that instead of Pedro Lopez. Boy, that could have been intriguing. There is action brewing down the left field line, though. Not see who it was down there. 2 balls, 1 strike. Thomas delivers, and it swerves outside. 3-1. Thomas throws with enough velocity to where if a Bluefish hitter were not to necessarily get all of it, the velocity on the baseball could probably carry it out of the park or even off the wall. Remember, it's 300 feet. 3-1. Inside, ball 4. Runners at first and second for Pedro Lopez. Conversation time between Adam Thomas and Salvador Paniagua. Just to calm him down. Jog to the mound, going to walk back. Approaching 8 o'clock on the East Coast. York has been in control much of the game, has had the lead for the entire game except for the top of the first inning. As Pedro Lopez steps in and chops the ground over to third, snagged by Castro as he scampers to the bag to complete the play. Fielder's choice, 5 unassisted for Ramon Castro to end the inning. 7.5 in the books. Bridgeport trails 5-1. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Golf team from the golf trip that you never went golfing on. Road 1, 2, 4, 4, 4. Drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle-nose pliers, a spark plug, domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing. A smooth pour with less club. However you punch it, it's Miller time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. Baseball is different. Broadway is where the history of the sport means so much. It's something we should never forget. That's the way we like to work. Anytime that I think just like celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. Connect with Cooperstown.
that baseball, not at all.
Research some longer action. It's not just actions to deal with like it's getting your road trip back on track. Shark tooth, screwdriver, skeleton key, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, rope fork, tuning fork, fork, the lucky fishing lure you snagged Alan with. Sorry, Alan, thumbsticks, chopsticks from the place you met that Dallas-based flight attendant, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. A spark plug, a domino, a house key. How do these things make Miller Lite from a can even better? Find out May 2012. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon with scrumptious 7-13 celery twin with pork chops. Getting hungry? You're taking away to the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant.
This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. Ronnie Lewis is in the game for Bridgeport as Lou Rodriguez steps up to the plate. As the first pitch is chopped on the ground to the left side, the shortstop Eddie Rogers charges in and throws to first, one away on the 6-3. The post-game show is upcoming. Scores and summaries from around the Atlantic League, and a quick look as to what is going to unfold between the Bluefish and the Blue Crabs tomorrow. What to expect. First place is on the line. If Bridgeport's able to win that series, in all likelihood, they would be in first place in the Liberty Division standings. Second batter, due up in the order, Michael Hernandez, followed by Chris Nowak. Those are the three due up. One man out, Ronnie Lewis winds and deals again. Fastball collected on the outside corner, 0-1. And you'll be seeing plenty of Louis Rodriguez during that series. In all likelihood, Rodriguez is going to play 3 of those 4 games. De La Vara did not go well into the game. 3 runs in 4 2/3. The pitch is skied in the air down the right field line. Chasing towards the corner and able to make the catch, calling the loam for the second out. He counts as a PF9 as he drifted into the foul ground. So, 2 away. Hernandez 1 for 5 with a single run scored. And sends Chris Nowak to the dish. 2 for 4 this afternoon and evening. Nowak had an RBI single in left field, a single in the 5th, and even though he did not score in that frame, he's played a vital role in allowing York to score the runs they have. His average continues to climb. Revolution defeated the River Sharks once in that series. They defeated the Blue, or at least about to, assuming that the Bluefish don't have a comeback in them as the pitch is inside. 1 ball and no strikes. 5-1 in the 9th inning coming up with, in all likelihood, R.J. Rodriguez entering the game. Non-save situation, but still, R.J. Rodriguez about to enter. The Bluefish are going to have this 5-game winning streak snapped. 1-0. Fastball runs high at 9. Former Toronto Blue Jay behind 2 balls, no strikes. So Bridgeport after the game will head to Southern Maryland, probably about 2.5 hour trip down to Southern Maryland, and they'll go to Camden for Mother's Day weekend. The team will head back up to Bridgeport for a couple of days and then take the bus down on Tuesday to Bridgewater, New Jersey to finish up the road trip. The 2-0. Fastball served inside, 3 balls, no strikes to Nowak. Working inside and outside has been critical to these York hitters. The Revolution today has stood tall. The pitch is popped up behind the plate. Flores took off his mask momentarily, but he must pull it back on as it lands in the seats. 3 balls and 1 strike. Not quite a successful day for the Bluefish. Just 7 base hits, 1 run scored. The catalyst was the starting pitcher Thurman, even though he threw a ton of pitches, 69 of those, as the pitch is a foul ball, ricochets on top of the Bluefish dugout and squeezes between set of seats about 3 rows behind Bluefish dugout to its left. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Rami Lewis continues to succeed. Pitch swung on it, missed. Rami Lewis strikes out a batter to end the inning. Rami's been quite successful with the Bluefish. The Bridgeport has one more shot, and they'll have to do it against the York closer, R.J. Rodriguez, right after this on BridgeportBluefish.com. We'll be right back. The top of the 9th inning is coming up.
Celebrate the passion. Baseball is different. A lot of ways where the history of the sport means so much. Something we should never forget. I've been just like celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. With Cooperstown at baseball.org. Behind everything you're searching for is something you're actually looking for. You're actually looking for Renegade. It's not just the interactions to continue to like .com. It's looking at the best way. It's getting your road trip around the country. Wherever it might be, there are always to search and always to know exactly which one. Real agents at YP.com.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, skeleton key, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, rope fork, tuning fork, fork fork, the lucky fishing lure you snagged Alan with. Sorry, Alan. Drumsticks, chopsticks from the place you met that Dallas based flight attendant, a hotel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. A spark plug, a domino, a house key. How do these things make Miller Lite from a can even better? Find out May 2012. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious semi-Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table awaits at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant dining spot, and the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free secure parking.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseball. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game day. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game?
Back to Bluefish baseball at the top of the 9th inning. From York, Pennsylvania, post-game show is coming up. It's called To the Bullpen, presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for our community. Eddie Rogers stands in against R.J. Garcia. Already has a couple of saves this season. The first pitch, fastball, delivered on the outside corner, 0-1. The Revolution aiming for their second home win of the season. If they were to win that game, it would be 2-4 at this friendly venue. The 0-1, way outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Eddie Rogers, Angel Flores, Joey Gathright, 8, 9, and 1 due up for the Fish. Set up outside Paniagua. Pitch rotates to the outside edge. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 94 miles per hour on the radar gun for R.J. Rodriguez. And you wonder why R.J. has not been provided with an opportunity to go back to affiliated baseball. He throws hard. The 1-2. Swung on and slapped into right field. It drops in for a base hit as a second baseman, Lou Rodriguez, has to pick it up. It was not that well hit. It dropped well behind the first baseman, Chris Nowak. Lou Rodriguez scampered after it, hit the lip of the infield grass. A much softer strike than one would think. Eddie Rogers with his first hit of the game. He's been on base 3 times for Angel Flores. He's 0 for 3 today with a strikeout. 2 for 8 in this short stint with the Fish. First pitch to Flores. Fastball gets away from Paniagua, which eliminates the fielder's choice possibility as Rogers moves over to second. Believe that's going to be a passed ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Many times, even if the pitcher throws a strike, or what's defined by the rule book as a strike, if the catcher does not grab the ball cleanly, sometimes it can skew the way that an umpire sees the way that the pitch is coming. And they'll call a ball instead of what the rule book says it should be. 1 ball and no strikes. Top of the 9th, pitch. Drops to the dirt. It gets by Paniagua. Paniagua cannot find it. Rogers scampering around third. He scores on the wild pitch. What a strange way to score. A pass ball by Paniagua, and then a wild pitch allows Eddie Rogers to go from second base to home plate. Paniagua had no idea where it went, and because of all that foul ground, the catcher scrambled after it. The third baseman, Ramon Castro, also scrambled after it. Nobody could pick up the ball, and nobody was covering home plate. It's 5-2 with that run in the 9th. The 2-0 fastball on the outside corner, 2-1. Eddie Rogers causing some trouble in base paths. No RBI on the play. Bridgeport down by 3. R.J. Rodriguez stands in, twists his head, pitch, slap foul. That evens the count at 2-2. Flores looking for his first hit today. Paniagua outside, pitch, fastball rotates away. R.J. Rodriguez earlier in this outing was clocked at 94 miles per hour. Matter of fact, it was the first at bat against Eddie Rogers, but he poked it to right field. Flores was ahead of the count 2-0. Now it's 3-2. After it was evened out, the 3-2 grounded up the middle, and the shortstop cannot grab it. Joe Spears tried to gather it, and we'll see how it is scored. It is a base hit. The degree of difficulty of the play made it nearly impossible to gauge whether or not Spears should have had the ball. He could have had the ball as he sprinted to his left, and as he went near the second base bag, it just eluded him. But Angel Flores would have had a long way. It is a base hit for Flores. Runner at first base for Joey Gathright. The tying run is on deck, represented by Kennard Jones. First pitch, fastball right down the middle, 0-1. Joey Gathright is 1 for 4. He led off the game with a single, stole second, eventually could not score. 0-1, down. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bridgeport did not have this kind of comeback. They never came back from 4 runs down last year. They did it a couple of times in 2010 during their huge runs. The pitch is a broken back liner down the right field line. It is a fair ball. Flores round second. He's going towards third. Gathright motors into second base. The tying run is at the plate coming up. It was a broken bat line drive. First a squib by Rogers, a pass ball, and a wild pitch that sent Rogers to the plate. Flores singles up the middle on what the shortstop deemed he probably could have gotten, but should he have gotten it? No. So Flores gets a base hit, and then Gathright gets a soft line drive above the first baseman's head, Noah, down the right field line. And the Bluefish are in business. Mark Mason is not there. I believe it's Andy Echeverria who went out, saying there's not a whole lot you can really do at this point. They're getting a lot of dinks and dunks, which is true. Gathright hit a line drive, broke his bat down the right field line. A soft line drive that floated towards the corner, which allowed him to get to second base. Now with runners at second and third, a single by Kennard Jones probably plates 2 and gets the Bluefish to within a run. But if the Bluefish get a home run, boy, that would be a big comeback. 4 runs down in the 9th. Oh, it's almost Yankee-esque the way that they do that against several teams. Pitch grounded foul behind the plate. Kennard Jones is 1 for 4. Adam Thomas was coasting last inning. He just gave up a walk and a base hit. The Bluefish had threatened, but he got the final out of the frame. Not so much for Rodriguez. Pitch. Fastball high. 91 on the gun. 1 ball and 1 strike. Perhaps the off-speed pitching of Thurman threw off the timing of the Bluefish batters, and now they're finally getting into gear against some of the better throws that York has. 1-1. Off-speed pitch delivered low. 2 balls and 1 strike. If Kennard Jones reaches, Colin Delhomme, who's been one of the more successful Bluefish hitters today, would move into the batter's box already with 2 singles in the game. 10 hits for the Fish. Setup is outside, 2-1. Fastball up, 3-1. That one clocked at 94. Rodriguez frustrated. There is nobody warming up in the York bullpen. They're going to ride R.J. Rodriguez, even if it means the Bluefish would send the tying run to first base. 3 balls, 1 strike. Set up inside pitch. Low ball 4. The Bluefish have the bases loaded with nobody out. The tying run is 270 feet away, and it sets up Colin Delhomme. What an inning for the Bluefish. Now it's a matter of converting. They have not done that much all game long. They had a runner in scoring position in the first, the second inning. They also had a runner in scoring position in the third. In the 5th. They also had one in the 7th and the 8th. 0-4 to this point in the contest. But all they need is 1 power thud from the left-handed hitting of Colin Delhomme. And he can flat out hit the ball. We've seen it in this series. A couple of doubles and a triple. And you wonder if Bridgeport is beginning to get one of their players loose. Pitch. Delhomme takes it outside. 1 ball, no strikes. R.J. Rodriguez, not accustomed to having this kind of struggle. And it all began with a dink single to the grass in right field, a 1-0. Swung and served out to left field, not too deep. James Shanks moves forward and then moves back to make the catch. He mistimed it. A run scores. It's 5-3, but it could have been a whole lot worse as Angel Flores comes to the plate. Counts as a sacrifice fly at an F7 with Luis Lopez stepping up to the plate. Boy, Colin Delhomme could have taken another pitch he opted not to. And as a result, the Bluefish find themselves down by 2 runs with the tying run at first base. If the Bluefish somehow are able to complete the comeback, whether it be by tying the game or by taking the lead in this inning, who the pitcher would be. Right now, runners at first and second. 5-3 game with Luis Lopez at the dish. 1 for 4 today. Rodriguez in there. Pitch on its way. Check swing. Did not matter. Call the strike. 0-1. A capacious outfield in right center. Stephen Douglas. Angled slightly towards left center field. Big gap, right center, as Lou Rodriguez tries to keep base runner at second close in Joey Gathright. The 0-1. Check swing. Did not go around, and it did not clip the inside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Objections by the umpire duly noted, but it is his call. 1 ball, 1 strike. Already 2 runs in the inning. And we'll see what unfolds later. 1-1. Foul off to the right. If Lopez does not hit into a double play, Ramon Vasquez would represent the next batter coming to the dish. 1-2 count to Lopez. Rodriguez stares in with his glove pinned to his thigh. He brings it up to the chest. Setup is outside. The 1-2. Slap foul. Lopez stays alive. Took a big cut. RJ Rodriguez. 3 games, 2 saves, 3 innings pitched. No runs allowed entering today. Different story this evening. 1-2 from RJ to Luis. Pitch on the outside corner. Strike 3 call. Lopez knew it. And the Bluefish are down to the final out of the contest as Ramon Vasquez moves forward. He is 1 for 4 today. A double in all likelihood would tie the game, especially one down the right field line. Vasquez knows the kinds of pressure that is involved with this type of game. Brock Peterson is waiting on deck. He'll get a chance at the plate if Vasquez is able to reach. A critical moment in the ball game. Remember this, Jonah Bayless, nobody would remember this. Jonah Bayless came in the 5th inning as the pitch settles low on a breaking ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Jonah Bayless entered the game in the 5th inning, 3-1 with the bases loaded, and he was able to strike out Salvador Paniagua. Now granted, he gave up 2 runs in the 7th inning, which may prove critical, but settling down in that 5th inning by not giving up the runs could ultimately be a pleasant thing for the Bluefish as a stolen base at 3rd. Joey Gathright took off, moves to 3rd. Question is why Kennard Jones did not take off either. Kennard Jones is a speedy base runner. And he could have easily taken off because Joey Gathright had the attention of Angel Flores. Flores bluffed throwing to 3rd. 2-0 on its way. Righty-lefty situation. Vasquez waits for RJ Rodriguez and the fastball delivered on the outside corner at 91. 2 balls and 1 strike. Post-game show coming up. Righty-lefty, 2-1. Fastball up, 3-1. If it is a walk, the tying run would move to second base. That is the closest that the Bluefish have come today, or would be the closest thing that the Bluefish have come to today. Will R.J. Rodriguez throw one in the strikes over Vasquez? Pitch. Outside ball 4. Another walk for R.J. Rodriguez. The tying run is at second base with 2 men out. And it sets up Brock Peterson, the 8th batter in the inning for the Bluefish. One swing of the bat ties the game. One swing of the bat could also end the game. One swing of the bat could give the Bluefish the lead. Which one will unfold? Will the Bluefish still be down by the time the next batter comes up? Either way, Pedro Lopez is waiting in the on-deck circle. Rodriguez deal to Peterson. Whoa! Ball 1. Lots of frustration. The fans cannot believe how wild R.J. Rodriguez is. He's been stellar over the last few years. But he has had his troublesome moments against the Bluefish in the past. 1 ball, no strikes. Rodriguez stands tall. The 1-0. Swung on and missed. Big rip. And I believe the fans have definitely expressed their sentiments. They are cheering for their hometown favorites. The 1-1. Swung on and lifted down the right field line as it twists towards the corner, and it falls out of play. The Bluefish are given a second opportunity, but the Bluefish are also down to the final strike. The bases are loaded. Speed all around, especially with Gathright at third, Bernard Jones at second, Ramon Vasquez at first. The Revolution fans standing up on their feet, hoping for a victory. Peterson hoping to extend the game for Bridgeport. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Set up outside. The 1-2. Fouled off. Right side. Out of play. Count remains at a ball and 2 strikes. Peterson has been in these situations before. Minor League Baseball at the Rochester Red Wings, one of the most successful organizations in all of AAA baseball. 1-2. Slap down the right field line. Peterson exhibiting great power to the right side. If Rodriguez goes one more time to the outside corner, Peterson might be able to poke it that way and maybe drive it to the wall. All Peterson's really doing is trying to protect the plate. A base hit will score 2, assuming it goes to the outfield. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 out. Top of the 9th inning. York, Pennsylvania. Rodriguez and Peterson. Rodriguez, 1-2. Chopped on the ground, foul to the left. And that pitch clocked at 94, a sinker. Peterson fights it off to stay alive. Pedro Lopez is waiting in the on-deck circle. Rodriguez trying to find that extra energy. The fans providing a little bit of approval for Rodriguez, hoping to motivate him. The 1-2. Swung on and fouled at the plate again. Nearly had him on a breaking pitch, and Peterson stays alive. After seeing a 94-mile-an-hour fastball And to watch that off-speed pitch drop out of the zone like that, 15 miles per hour slower, you wonder how Peterson was able to lay a little bit of bat on the ball. 1-2, Rodriguez and Peterson. Setup is outside. Pitch on its way. Nubbed, foul to the right again. He is battling. One ball, 2 strikes. A 5-3 ball game with a tying run at second base. The bases are loaded for Brock Peterson. RJ Rodriguez at the mound. Gets the ball at the chest. Oh, 1-2. Popped up, right field. That should do it. The second baseman, Lou Rodriguez, backs up and makes the catch. The ball game is over, and the Bluefish rally falls short. York goes on for the 5-3 victory. RJ Rodriguez gave the Bluefish a little bit of hope, a little bit of life, but eventually shuts the door. The Bluefish postgame show comes to you right after this on BridgeportBluefish.com.
It's not just an adventure to a team that we like and not know. It's even desperate. It's Shark Tooth, Screwdriver, Skeleton Team, Golf Team from the Golf Trip that you never went golfing on. Sorry, Ellen.
Yep, I think 1-0, right? 1-0.
Let's not talk about the Spark Plug, Domino, Minowski. How do these things make Miller Lite from a can even better? Find out May 2012. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table away to the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop. Perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Miller Lite wants you to win the greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect Miller Lite taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab Miller Lite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy, and it never happened. It's Miller time. No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 or older. Void in California and where prohibited. Sweepstakes begins 5/1/12 and ends 8/1/12. For details, how to enter, and complete official rules, go to tastepoints.com. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller time. Don't check your wrist or follow up with your supervisor, because Miller time has nothing to do with when and everything to do with who. Miller Lite is brewed for the guys you're proud to call your brothers. We'll always talk you out of getting that faux pas and never talk during your backswing. And when you got your brothers and a light beer that tastes like a beer should, it's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Miller time. It's a rallying cry to the men around you, the ones that become your brothers. A call to beer is answered with, "Order me a Miller Lite, I'll be there in 10. A night where your crew gets down to the task at hand that may or may not involve running tables, firing up the grill, or getting the band back together. Just a few choice words spoken to the right man, and then we crave a light beer that's never light on taste, because it's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
I call this little ditty America's pastime. Summer's here and it feels pretty nice. Baseball and hot dogs and refreshment on ice. Some games are early, some are at night. There's always a beer man with ice cold Coors Light. He's the most reliable player in the game, but Tiggs is calling his name, so even if your team doesn't hit any dingers, you'll have Frost Brewed refreshment and tips in your fingers. Thank you.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
I call this one best girlfriend ever. It had been a long day and an even longer week, so I headed toward the kitchen, refreshment I did seek. But after swinging open the fridge, I saw the most horrific sight. Not a single cold beverage, not a single Coors Light. I grabbed my keys. It was time to hit the store, but stopped when I heard a knock at the door. It was my girlfriend, bearing gifts of Coors Light. Best girlfriend ever? You got that right.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
At Miller Lite, we believe if you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad to cheer down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in it. Your girlfriend's not wearing a push-down bra. It's called gravity, Isaac Nitwit. Can I be down front with you? All this down talk is bringing me down. So don't man down, man up, and choose a light beer with more taste. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
We welcome you back to the Bluefish broadcast. Perry Miles here. The final score from Sovereign Bank Stadium. The Bluefish come up just a bit short against the York Revolution. They lose 5-3. And throughout the game, York had the lead. They had the advantage, but were really unable to get their offense going almost all night. The only time that they ever really had a chance to score the final run of the ball game was in the 9th inning. They sent up Brock Peterson with the bases loaded and 2 men out, and he was unable to really come away with a base hit. He came up short as he popped out to second to end the contest. The Bluefish fall by a score of 5-3. Let's take a look at the stat line for each team. Joey Gathright, 2 for 5 in the game, pair of singles, couple of stolen bases. Kennard Jones, 1 for 4, a single and a walk. Colin DeLome, 2 singles, an RBI, and a stolen base. Luis Lopez, 1 for 5 with a single. Ramon Vasquez went 1 for 4 with a walk and a single. Brock Peterson, his first home run of the year, 2 walks, but he did pop out to second to end any threat. Pedro Lopez goes 0 for 4. Eddie Rogers on the game, a walk, 2 walks and a hit with a stolen base for Eddie Rogers, and scored a run as well. Angel Flores scored a run and also came up with a single. Overall, the Bluefish, they came up with 10 hits on the night, and many of that, their big rally was in the 9th inning, but York was able to close it out. Overall, the Bluefish had 2 RBI and 3 runs, the only RBI coming from DeLome and Peterson. DeLavar gives up 10 hits, 3 runs, and 4 2/3 innings with 4 strikeouts. Jonah Bayless, 2 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 walk, and 2 Ks. An inning for Romy Lewis with a strikeout out of the bullpen. The Revolution, everyone got on the hit board except for Spears. Stephen Douglas had 2 hits and a run. Lou Rodriguez, 2 hits and a run. Hernandez, a hit and a run. Nowak, 2 hits and a run. Perez, a hit and a run. Shanks, 3 hits and an RBI. Castro, a hit and 2 ribbies, perhaps the difference-making hit of the night. And Salvador Paniagua, a hit, a run, RBI, call coming from a home run. Corey Thurman, 4 innings, 4 hits, a run, 2 walks and a strikeout. James Hauser with the victory, an inning, a third, 2 hits, 2 strikeouts overall for Hauser. Stephen Penny, 2/3 of an inning. Dumas Garcia, an inning, a walk, 2 strikeouts. Thomas, an inning and hit, a walk and a strikeout. R.J. Rodriguez, an inning pitch, 3 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, and 1 strikeout on the day. R.J. Rodriguez was in the game late and eventually was able to record the outs, but not after he struggled for quite some time. The Bluefish fall by a score of 5-3 and will be 1 game ahead of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and Long Island Ducks heading into tomorrow's matchup with the Blue Crabs, a 7:05 first pitch. When we come back on the Bluefish broadcast, we'll go over the rest of the scores around the Atlantic League and then quickly head over to the big leagues before we sign out. You're watching Bluefish Baseball on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. Baseball is different in a lot of ways, where the history of the sport means so much. And it's something we should never forget. And I think the Hall of Fame has a way of reminding us.
Anytime that I've visited, it's just like a little kid. You people, the Hall of Fame, have done a great job preserving the history of the game.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the passion. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballball.org. Behind everything you're searching for is something you're actually looking for. When you flip through the real yellow pages for a plumber, you're actually looking to reclaim your home with Renegade Faucet. It's not just getting directions to a tailor with YP.com. It's looking your best for an interview. But it's more than finding a mechanic with YP.com at home. It's getting your road trip back on track. Whatever it might be, there are more ways to search and more ways to find exactly what you're looking for. Real yellow pages, YP.com, and YP.com on your home net. Only from AT&T.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, skeleton key, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, the lucky fishing lure you snagged Alan. Sorry, Alan. Drumsticks, chopsticks from the place you met that Dallas based flight attendant, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. A spark plug, a domino, a house key. How do these things make Miller Lite from a can even better? Find out May 2012. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table away to the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
The Gear Shop.
We welcome you back to the Bluefish broadcast. Perry Miles here. The post-game show continues after a Bluefish loss by a score of 5-3. Bluefish now are a game ahead of Southern Maryland in the standings as a result of the victory by Southern Maryland and Long Island. Both teams won tonight, so they will be pretty pleased about where they are at this point. 7-3 through the first 10 games is nothing more than a very good start to the season, but the Bluefish know that they'll have more work to do, and that starts tomorrow night at Regency Furniture Stadium in Waldorf, Maryland. Let's take a look at the rest of the scores from around the Atlantic League, courtesy of PointStreet.com. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs take down the Somerset Patriots 3-2. That finals in 10 innings. The Long Island Ducks 2, the Camden River Sharks 1-11, and the Lancaster Barnstormers lead the Sugarland Skeeters by a count of 5-4 at Clipper Magazine Stadium in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Let's take a look across the world of sports and ESPN as we have several NBA games going on. At this point, the Boston Celtics thrashing the Atlanta Hawks 82-49. Boston leads that series 2-1. Philadelphia 89, Chicago Bulls 82. Miami an 89-87 loser against the New York Knicks. The Knicks are still alive. Both Philadelphia and Miami lead the series 3-1. Boston looks like they're on their way to leading 3-1. LA Lakers and Denver Nuggets later tonight. The Lakers have a 2-1 series advantage in hockey. Second period early, 2-2 between Philly and the New Jersey Devils. New Jersey leads 2-1 in that set. The St. Louis Blues have been eliminated from the postseason. The LA Kings defeat St. Louis earlier today 3-1, which means that LA is going to the Western Conference Finals after beating Vancouver and St. Louis, the 1 and 2 seeds, and perhaps they'll have their chance to get their thirst from a 3 seed in the Phoenix Coyotes. After all, Phoenix is up 3-1. Let's take a quick look at the scores from around Major League Baseball. The Mets defeat the Arizona Diamondbacks 3-1. Baltimore wins in 17 innings against the Red Sox by a score of 9-6. The Yankees pummel the Kansas City Royals 10-4. Other scores: the Washington Nationals lead the Philadelphia Phillies by a score of 1-0. That's in the bottom of the third. Cleveland doubles up Texas 4-2 today. Detroit 3, Chicago White Sox won a final. Cincinnati shuts out Pittsburgh 5-0. Oakland a 9-5 win against Tampa Bay. St. Louis 8 and Houston 1. LA Dodgers lose to the Chicago Cubs 4-3 from Wrigley. Atlanta defeats Colorado 7-2. The LA Angels 4, the Toronto Blue Jays 3. Miami doubles up San Diego by a score of 6-3. San Francisco a 4-3 winner in 11 against Milwaukee. Last but not least, Seattle 5-2 winner against the Minnesota Twins. Thank you for tuning into the Bluefish broadcast today. I am Perry Miles. To follow me on Twitter, just follow me by going to Just Me P Miles. That's where you can find me. Just Me P-M-I-L-E-S, or send me an email about any questions, comments, or concerns. PerryM86@gmail.com. We'll have the broadcast on the air tomorrow from Waldorf, Maryland. A 7:05 first pitch from just southeast of D.C. 6:45 for the pregame show, only on BridgeportBluefish.com. For more details on Bridgeport Bluefish Baseball, go to the website, BridgeportBluefish.com, for news, stories, and the possibility of purchasing tickets for the upcoming 2012 season, the 15th anniversary of Bluefish Baseball. For Perry Miles, have a wonderful night, and we'll see you tomorrow at 6:45.